Right field, number 2, A.J. Sanders. Leading off for Rose-Hulman, number 30, Cade Klein. Batting second, number 10, Coulter Couillard-Rodak. Number 24, Dalton Bushboom. Number 35, Connor O'Connell. Batting fifth, number 7, Peter Rogers. Batting sixth, number 3, Michael Stenger. Number 1, Jackson Summers. Batting eighth, number 4, Ryland Hickson. Number 12, Colton Brown. As Matthew Johnson gets us underway with strike number 1 for this 2-game doubleheader. Strike 2 looking there for Johnson. And then a chopper to the third base side, shift on for the Grizzlies, and it gets past Reed, who was towards shortstop there, and a leadoff single for Cade Klein, the highest batting average on this Rose-Hulman team with a .433 average. Gets himself started on the day with a leadoff single. And then first pitch swinging for Couillard-Rodak. It's a pop fly into left field. Lipscomb underneath it makes the grab. And first out the top of the first for the Grizzlies. Dalton Busboom steps into the box now. Just 4 games played so far for Busboom. He's batting .417 in those 4 games. As a pickoff attempt over to first. Back in safely goes Klein. And a first pitch fastball called for strike 1. Johnson making his 4th start of the year. The 5.14 ERA, 2-0 on the season. 21 inning pitch with 19 strikeouts and just 9 walks. Johnson picks back over to first for the second time. And then picks him off again, and Klein taking off on the throw. Grizzlies have him in a rundown. Wallace, and on the fake throw, Redmond tags out Klein. So a pickoff at first base and a rundown gets the Grizzlies' second out of the inning. Great move there from Johnson. Keep the speedy Klein from stealing second, gets the pickoff. Now it's 1-1 with Bushboom. Strike 2 on the off speed. 1-2 now. Johnson delivers, fires, shot into right field. This one hooking foul, out of play. We'll do the 1-2 again. So the 1-2, second time, shot back over to second base. Redmond fields it, fires over the head of Wallace. Taylor there backs up the throw, stops any advancement, but an error on the throw from Redmond. And another runner on board for Rose-Hulman. So that brings up the third baseman, Connor O'Connell, batting .315 on the season. Fouls the first pitch off to the left side, out of play. And the second pitch outside for ball 1. pitch out sorts from Johnson for ball 2, keeping off Bushboom for going to second potentially. 2-1. And ball 3, Johnson behind in the count, runner on first. Trying to get the Grizzlies into the dugout, getting to the bats in this bottom of the first. And the 3-1 pitch is outside, so first walk of the day issued for Matthew Johnson. There's runners on first and second with 2 outs for Peter Rogers. Peter Rogers batting .213 on the season, has 10 RBIs, so another chance to add to his total here with the runner on second. And a first pitch off speed in there for a strike. 0-1. And the fastball just outside, no call given there. 1-1. Fouled straight back. Rogers behind the count, 1-2. Johnson looking to get out of this inning. And the 1-2 shot over the left side. DeHart makes the grab, throws a first, and Wallace can't squeeze the throw from DeHart. Would have been a close play there at first base, but if Wallace would have squeezed that, should have been the out to get the Grizzlies out of the inning. And now it's bases loaded for Michael Stenger. Just 6 games played for Stenger. The DH today, batting .421 on the season. And swings and miss on the first pitch. One homer as well for Stenger. It'll be a great chance for Rose-Hulman to score some early runs on Johnson as he pops it up right side. Foul territory and out of play over the netting. So 0-2 as Johnson high for ball 1. And another one bit outside, 2-2 with 2 outs, bases loaded for Rose-Hulman. Johnson trying to get out of the inning. 2 errors on the inning for the Grizzlies. And ball 3 upstairs. Full count now for Stenger. So payoff pitch coming from Johnson on its way. Fouled straight back. We'll do it again. Three and 2, runners on the way, and ball 4 from Johnson as he walks in the first run of the day. Early lead for Rose-Hulman in the bottom of the top of the first. They capitalized on the 2 Grizzlies errors. And Summers squares around and shows bunt. And then a wild pitch behind the plate sees the runner from third come in and score, so it's 2-0 for Rose-Hulman in the top of the first. The 1-0 foul out of play right side. Johnson 1-1 tries to get the outside fastball. No call given. 2-1 now. Summers in the box, batting .348 in his 10 games, and swings at strike 2. 2-1-2. And the 2-2 pitch fouled straight back. And the 2-2 in the dirt, stopped by Taylor. Lost it for a second, but keeps the runner and at third base. So no movement. 3-2. 2 outs again for Johnson. And then a pop-up right side. Wallace and Redmond coming towards it, and Wallace calls him off and makes the grab. So the Grizzlies commit 2 errors in the top of the first and give up 2 runs. Rose-Hulman making the most of what's given to him. So 2 unearned runs for Matthew Johnson. So the Grizzlies will be up in the bottom of the first trying to answer. So bottom of the first for the Grizzlies after surrendering 2 runs in the top half. A.J. Sanders will lead off for the Grizzlies. Batting second, Colby Reed. Third, Tyson Lipscomb. Cleanup hitters, Sean Sullivan. DH and batting fifth, Luke Willman. Batting sixth, Garrett DeHart. Seventh, Adam Taylor. Eighth, the first baseman, Andrew Wallace. And batting ninth, the second baseman, Dylan Redmond. On the bump for Rose-Hulman to start today is number 23, Ian Klein, the senior from Frederick, Maryland, making his 4th start of the season. And he falls behind 2-1 now to Sanders. Strike 2 on the fastball. 2-2. Sanders batting .320 on the season. 7 doubles and a home run. As he shoots one into the right field, back goes Brown and makes the grab. First out of the inning for Rose-Hulman. That will bring up third baseman Colby Reed, batting just .297 on the season, but a whopping .594 on base percentage as he's worked 20 walks to start the season. He takes strike one there from Klein. And then ball two way outside there from Klein, so 2-1 to Reed. And a good front shoulder slider there from Klein freezes Reed for the second strike, so 2-2 coming for Colby Reed, who takes the fastball up and in, ball three. So 3-2, slider again, fouled off left side. We'll do the 3-2 again. To another slider. This one ripped past the third baseman and in for a single to start the day for Colby Reed in the first hit of the day for the Grizzlies. That'll bring up the reigning ACAC Hitter of the Week, Tyson Lipscomb, fifth-year senior playing left field today, batting .442 on the season with 4 homers, .538 on base percentage as well. Top of this Grizzly lineup loves to get on base and loves to hit it for power as Tyson drives one. That one not quite deep enough, so flies out to the center fielder Jackson Summers for the second out.
Center fielder number 27, Sean Sullivan.
Brings up the center fielder Sean Sullivan. Leads the team in home runs with 7 home runs on the year, batting .362 with 1,100 OPS. Takes ball one from Klein. Reed a bit of speed over there on first base. Probably won't see him take off with 2 outs here. That's ball 2 outside to Sullivan. The 2-0 swung on and missed by Sullivan, so 2-1. Slider outside, 3-1 now for Sullivan. Hitters count. A foul ball straight back. Loads up the count. So 3-2, 2 outs, runner on first for the Grizzlies. Sullivan trying to extend the inning here. And rips one to third base. Fielded cleanly by O'Connell, who makes a throw to first and gets the final out of the inning. The Grizzlies get 1 hit and leave him on base after 2 pop flies into the outfield and then a ground ball by Sullivan. So that'll bring us to the top of the second, where Rylan Hickson and Colton Brown and Cade Klein are due up for Rose-Hulman. So top of the second, Rylan Hickson will lead off the inning for Rose-Hulman. Johnson back on the mound. Gave up 2 unearned runs in that first inning after 2 errors. The Grizzlies looking for a better inning here defensively as Johnson gets us started with strike 1. And quickly 0-2 to Hickson, the catcher today. Bats .231 in his 7 games played. 782 OPS. And the 0-2 swung on and fouled off right side, out of play. So 0-2 pitch hit to third, throw in the dirt, and then a collision at first base after Wallace couldn't keep his balance to make the grab. The low throw from Reed. Low throw from Reed, not able to be fielded cleanly by Wallace. Saw him fall off balance, and Hickson saw no other way to the base other than through Andrew Wallace as Marshall comes out and checks on his first baseman. Wallace says he's all right. Nothing more to it. So the Grizzlies commit their 3rd error in just 2 innings. So Colton Brown, the right fielder, steps into the box first time today, takes ball 1. Pick off over to first. Back in safely is Hickson. And Brown squares around and bunts it foul down the third baseline. So 1-1. Brown just bats .231 on the season, 9 starts. Shows a bunt again and takes strike 2, so 1-2. Sacrifice bunt situation seemingly off here with 2 strikes. Forcing Brown to swing the bat with a runner on first. See the Grizzlies try to turn a double play ball as there's a chopper to third. 5-4, and Redmond holds up the throw, takes the out at second as Brown was down the line quickly. Stay out of the double play ball, so 1 out on the inning for the Grizzlies.
Left fielder number 30, Cade Klein.
So Cade Klein, leadoff batter, steps in for the 2nd time. Got a hit in his first at bat. A single through the left side as there's ball 1 from Johnson. And there's a ground ball back up the middle, base hit for Cade Klein, and runners on first and second to start the 2nd inning for Rose-Hulman, threatening like they did in the first, trying to capitalize on the Grizzlies' errors. So Coulter Couillard-Rodak steps in, takes the first pitch, flies it over to the left side. This one hooking foul. Lipscomb on the run, can't quite get there. So strike 1 for Rodak. And the 0-1 inside at the feet of Couillard Rodak and out of the way for ball one. Swing and a miss. Strike two. Johnson gets the off speed in the dirt. Rodak chases it. 1-2. Still a double play situation. Gets the Grizzlies out of the inning unscathed. 1-2 in the dirt. And throw down to second. Gets past the shortstop to Hart, but Redmond backs up the throw after Brown got a big jump on the dirt ball, but got back safely in time. And the 2-2 fouled off left side out of play. We'll do the 2-2 again. So 2-2. Ground ball to second base. And a balk called before the pitch. So the runners get to move to second and third. Perfect pitch from Johnson against the ground ball to Redmond at second. Would have been a chance for a easy double play ball, but instead no pitch, and the runners move 90 feet closer to scoring. Marshall out there talking with the outfield umpire, not happy with the balk call. So 2-2. Runners in scoring position for Couillard Rodak. Chance to add to his RBI total this season, and fouls off a 2-2. This one rolled foul out of play. 2-2. Still the count here. Couillard fighting, trying to get a base hit or a sacrifice fly deep enough in the outfield to score Brown on third base. So 2-2 delivered outside. Ball three, full count now. Johnson trying to work himself out of a jam. His defense sort of created for him as there's a shot into center field. Sullivan tracks back, makes the grab, but that'll be deep enough to tag Brown, who will score to give Rose-Hulman a 3-0 lead in the second inning. Grizzlies appeal over to see if Brown left early and not given, so the run scores. Dalton Busboom steps back in. He reached on an error last time up. Came around and scored. But Rose-Hulman takes strike one. So 1-1 to Busboom. Johnson trying to get out of the inning without giving up any more damage. With a runner on second with 2 outs. The 1-1 was shot foul out of play. So 1-2 now. Johnson trying to get a strikeout pitch here. Doesn't have any strikeouts on the day yet. This one fouled off the catcher Taylor. We'll do the 1-2 again. It's 1-2 in the dirt. Stopped by Taylor. Keeps Klein at second base. So 2-2. And this one pulled deep into left field. That ball is back and out of here. Dalton Bushboom turns on the 2-2 pitch and drives it out of the park for a home run. Makes it a 5-0 ball game for Rose-Hulman quickly in this second inning.
Third baseman number 35, Connor O'Connell.
The Grizzlies work themselves into a deep hole here early, down 5-0, following that 2-run shot from Bushboom. Trying to get out of this inning quickly to get the bats back up. And following the home run, Johnson quickly falls behind 3-0. Finally comes back with strike one. There to Connor O'Connell, his second at bat. Strike two inside. 3-2 now. Grizzlies trying to get out of the inning. And a line shot to second, and Redmond can't come up with the grab, and then another. See what they score that, a hit or an error on Redmond. Give an error to Dylan Redmond on the hot shot from Connor O'Connell. So the inning continues for Rose-Hulman. Fourth error of the game for the Grizzlies. Brings up Peter Rogers now. One on one now for Rogers. Swing and a miss. Strike two. No activity in the Grizzly bullpen. Johnson's pitch count quickly racking up, though, 63 pitches in just 2 innings. And that one is flying into right center field. Sanders on the run underneath it, and it gets the grab to get the Grizzlies out of the inning. They surrender 3 with a Dalton Bushboom 2-run homer in the left field. Sees Rose-Hulman take a 5-0 lead here into the bottom of the second. We'll be back for more. So Franklin quickly into a 5-0 hole. Going into the bottom of the second, Luke Willman, Garrett DeHart, and Adam Taylor, the ones due up, trying to get the rally started here in the bottom of the second. Willman just making his 5th start of the year. Takes strike 1. And fouls 1. Foul left side. So quickly 0-2 to the sophomore Luke Willman, who swings and chases. Pitch outside for strike 3. First strikeout of the day for Ian Klein.
Stop number 17, Garrett DeHart.
So I'll bring up Garrett DeHart. Takes ball 1. DeHart playing shortstop today, batting .300 on the season. The 1-1 is fouled up and out of play. Now 1-2. This is the Grizzlies' first ACAC game of the year. Their doubleheader originally scheduled for Saturday at Defiance got moved to tomorrow due to cold temperatures up in Defiance. Rose-Hulman played 2 yesterday versus Mount St. Joe, split that doubleheader as DeHart takes the 2-2 off-speed pitch to the back and gets on base with the hit by pitch.
Catcher number 25, Adam Taylor.
Now bring up Adam Taylor, who's behind the dish today, batting .243 on the season, has 2 homers. Pickoff attempt over to first. Klein keeps DeHart in check. And the first pitch is shot into right field. Brown on the run, makes the grab. And a quick second out. Recorded
First baseman number
for Ian
34,
Klein.
Andrew
I'll bring up
Wallace.
Andrew Wallace, first baseman. Made one of the errors in that first inning. Our pickoff attempt over there. Back in time is DeHart. And the first pitch quickly fouled off out of play. Wallace batting .333 on the season, has 3 homers as well. And he takes the 1-1, shoots it into left field, back at the wall, and gone! Opposite field home run for Andrew Wallace. That ball got up in the air, got some wind behind it, but a great swing from Andrew Wallace. Gets the Grizzlies 2 back and makes it 5-2 for Rose-Hulman.
34, Andrew Wallace.
Big swing of the bat from Andrew Wallace, who makes up for one of his errors in that first inning. And gets the Grizzlies 2 back.
Number 9, Dylan Redmond.
Now bringing up the second baseman, Dylan Redmond. Dylan Redmond made 2 errors so far over at second base. Gets his first at bat today, batting .270. Redmond also 13 hit by pitches so far, about 1 a game for the Grizzlies. Redmond batting that 9 spot Kind of as a double leadoff, loves to get on base. 526 on base percentage. And it's 2-1 to the sophomore Redmond. And the 2-1 pitch fouled up, right side, out of play. 2-2. The 2-2 shot straight back. Redmond trying to keep this inning going, get the top of the order back up, maybe put some more damage on this Rose-Hulman lead, but a strike 3 called. Looking, Klein gets the front door slider in there for strike 3 and ends the inning for Rose-Hulman. So the Grizzlies get 2 back with a 2-run homer with Andrew Wallace going opposite field, and it makes it 5-2 heading into the top of third. We'll be back in just a moment. So top of the third, about to get underway. The 6-hole Michael Stenger leads off the inning for Rose-Hulman. Johnson continues his outing on the mound. Starts with strike 1 to start the third inning. Already 67 pitches on the day for Johnson. And that one is popped up on the right side. Wallace over to the fence, can't quite get there on the run, and so drops for strike 2. Johnson has 67 pitches, but 43 of them have been strikes so far. Putting the ball in the strike zone, giving up some contact, but not getting much help behind him defensively with 4 errors so far. Can't all put it all on Johnson on the mound. Needs some help behind him as he gets the chase in the dirt. Taylor fields it and fires over to first. Get the first out of the inning and first strikeout of the day for Matthew Johnson.
Center fielder number 1, Jackson Summers.
Center fielder Jackson Sumners steps in. Takes ball 1 on the inside half. Sumner's quickly falling behind, or getting ahead, 3-0. Pitch in there, strike 1. Johnson trying to come back the hard way, all the way back from 3-0. A 3-1 pitch fouled straight back, 3-2 now. So 3-2 on its way. Ground ball over to short to Hart. Fields fires, and in time at first. Wallace had to jump off the bag, but gets his foot back down in time to get the out. So 2 outs now for Ryland Hickson. pitch strike on the outside corner. 0-1 quickly. And then strike 2 there on the swing and the miss. So 0-2 off speed in the dirt. Hickson takes ball 1. So 2-2 now. Hickson trying to extend the inning for Rose-Hulman. Johnson trying to get the hot bats of the Grizzlies back into the dugout, and does so as Johnson strikes him out, looking with the slider. First 2 strikeouts of the day for Matthew Johnson, and the Grizzlies will go back into the dugout, get the bats ready for the bottom of the third. We'll be back in a few moments. So bottom of the third now. Lineup flips over for the Grizzlies. AJ Sanders steps in the box for the second time of the day. Flew out to right in his first time up. Klein still on the mound. Working for Rose-Hulman. Gets strike 1 on the off speed. And then the 0-1 pitch. Single into left field. Leadoff single for Sanders to start off the inning.
Third baseman number 1, Colby Reed.
So that brings up Colby Reed. Got a hit his first time up. Trying to replicate that with a runner on first. Sanders has some good speed over there. Can steal a bag or 2. And Reed takes strike 1 outside corner. And a pickoff attempt over. Keeps Sanders in check. Sanders back in time with the dive. So Reed 0-1. Trying to work himself on base. And takes strike 2. Quickly 0-2. Reed, runner on first. Behind the count. Takes and a ball 1. And then Reed chases high in the zone and strikes out. First out of the inning. And the second strikeout of the day. The third strikeout of the day for Ian Klein. Now bring up the left-handed Tyson Lipscomb. The only lefty in this Grizzlies, or one of the 2 lefties in the Grizzlies lineup. The last one Went opposite field for a homer. Tyson trying to keep his hot streak alive. 3 home runs last week. Part of his ACAC Hitter of the Week campaign. And then a backdoor slider in there. Strike one, 1-1. And then a swing and a miss. 1-2. So 1-2 to Tyson in the dirt. Ball 2. Early order coming up for the Grizzlies. Just 1 out, runner on first. Chance to get some more runs back. Klein trying to keep him off the boards. There's a chopper over to second base. Sanders quickly over to second, and they go to first instead. Get Lipscomb for the second out of the inning.
Center fielder number 27, Sean Sullivan.
That brings up Sean Sullivan, the senior center fielder, trying to extend the inning with a base knock here. Swings and misses at the first pitch slider. And the second pitch is skied deep into center field. Sumner's underneath it, makes the grab, and the Grizzlies leave the leadoff single on base and head to the top of the 4th. Down 5-2 still. We'll be back in just a moment for more action. So top of the 4th, Colton Brown leads off for Rose-Hulman. Johnson back out there for his 4th inning of work. Pitch count running up for Johnson with 81 pitches. See how much longer Marshall leaves him in as the first pitch of the inning drills the back of Brown, and a leadoff base runner for Rose-Hulman.
Left fielder number 30, Cade Klein.
So top of the order comes back around for the 3rd time, and Cade Klein, who squares around and bunts back to the pitcher Johnson, who flips underhand, and another collision over there at first. Wallace unable to hold on, and Brown will advance. And another error by the Grizzlies. A hard impact collision there between Wallace and Klein. Wallace up quickly, Klein off to the side in a little bit of pain. Trainers come out, check on. So we'll step aside for a moment while the trainers sort out everything. trainers go out there, but he says they're alright, stays in the game. So runners in the corner with no outs for the Grizzlies. Brings up Coulter Couillard Rodak for the third time. Had a sacrifice fly for an RBI earlier in the second inning. And he fires one into left field. Shallow, no tag from the runner at third. So Lipscomb records the first out and no movement on the base paths.
First baseman number 24, Dalton Busboom.
So Dalton Busboom will step back into the box for the first time after his 2-run shot in the second inning. Another pickoff attempt over first. Klein back there easily, trying to keep the double play ball intact here. Klein fakes the steal, takes off late after the wild pitch from Johnson, or a pass ball from Taylor. Either one sees Klein move 90 feet, so runners at second and third. And then quickly 2-0 to Busboom with runners in scoring position. Chance for more RBIs for the first baseman. And 2 in the second. And the 2-0 pitch in there for strike one. And the 2-1 ripped foul over into the bullpen. Or a little bit of action for the Grizzlies in the bullpen. Johnson's pitch count running up there. Number 26, Aiden Ray, the one in the pen for the Grizzlies right now. And the 2-2 swung on and missed in the dirt. Taylor fires over to first. Wallace fields it in the dirt. So a strikeout for the second out for Matthew Johnson, his third strikeout of the day. Now 2 outs for Connor O'Connell. Trying to score these runners in scoring position. Brown on third, Klein on second, and the first pitch in the dirt, ball one. And 2-0 started off for O'Connell. O'Connell, the third baseman, bats .315, 1 homer on the season. And the off speed couldn't find the back door there. 3-0. 3-0 now. O'Connell takes strike one, taken all the way there with a 3-0 count, no green light. This time 3-1, could see O'Connell swinging and pitch in the dirt. Bases loaded now at following the 5-pitch walk from Johnson, who brings up Peter Rogers, the shortstop, trying to extend this Rose-Hulman lead some more. Bases are loaded. Takes the first pitch in the dirt, ball one. So 1-0, Rogers takes strike one. Pitch low in the zone. Johnson gets the call. Rogers reached on an error earlier, and he swings and fouls it down the third baseline. Just foul. 1-2 now. So 1-2 on its way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Johnson gets out the bases loaded jam and puts up another 0 on the scoreboard. The Grizzlies need some more of those as they try to get back into this one. So that brings up the Grizzlies bottom of the 4th. Due up for Franklin, the DH Luke Wilman, the shortstop Garrett DeHart, and the catcher Adam Taylor, all coming up here in just a moment. Following the bases loaded jam, the Grizzlies get out at the top of the 4th. Luke Woolman lead off, start the inning, and take strike 1 from Klein. Continues on the mound. Quite efficient so far from Klein, just 50 pitches, 3 strikeouts, no walks. Just 3 hits given up for Ian Klein so far. Quickly 0-2, and Woolman frozen on the inside half, strike 3, leadoff strikeout for Ian Klein.
Shortstop number 17, Garrett DeHart.
Klein makes quick work of the DH and starts the inning off with his 4th strikeout of the game. So that brings up Garrett DeHart. DeHart, his first time up, had a hit by pitch, and he takes the second pitch into the shallow left field, past the shortstop Rogers, and a 1-out hit for the shortstop DeHart.
Catcher number 25, Adam Taylor.
And then Adam Taylor steps in, takes ball 1. Swinging at the pitch outside. 1-1 now. Taylor trying to stay out of double play, extend the inning. And then 2-1. DeHart, bit outside. So 2-1 to Taylor inside. Ball 3. 3-1 to the catcher Taylor. Klein trying to work himself back here. And Taylor grounds it to second, 6-4. And they throw to first. Bounces off the first baseman. Couldn't make the play there, so Taylor gets out of the double play with the fielder's choice.
First baseman number 34, Andrew Wallace.
That brings up Andrew Wallace, who steps into the box for the first time following his 2-run shot in the bottom of the 2nd. His opposite field home run, and he takes strike 1. So 2 outs, runner on first. Wallace trying to keep the inning alive as the Grizzlies are down 5-2.
Yes.
1-1 in there. Strike two. Backdoor slider from Klein. Freezes Wallace, and now 1-2. 1-2 fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. Couldn't tell if Taylor was running on the pitch or just a fake steal trying to draw a throw from the catcher. So 1-2. Taylor stays put, and a swing and a miss. Strikeout from Ian Klein, his second of the inning. And a quick inning as the Grizzlies go down with one hit, two strikeouts, and a fielder's choice. So that keeps the score at 5-2. Heading into the top of the fifth, top of the sixth. So we'll be back in just a moment. So leading off the inning for Rose-Hulman, Michael Stinger, the DH. Stinger 1 for 1 with a walk today, or 0 for 1 with a walk, strikeout. And he turns on the 1-0 fastball. This one high in the air, foul territory. Tyson makes the diving grab. What a play from Tyson Lipscomb in foul territory, sliding on the run. Gets the first out of the inning. Tyson Lipscomb went a long way for that one. It's almost in the Grizzly bullpen almost. Yeah, that was a electric first out of the inning for Tyson Lipscomb. And Johnson gets ahead of Summers 0-2 quickly. And then a time here is a warning being issued to, looks like potentially Franklin's dugout. Maybe both dugouts. Can't tell. Either way, umpire writes it down in his notebook. So 0-2 still to Summers. Some action in the Grizzly bullpen. Aiden Ray still getting loose down there. As Johnson's pitch count reaches 100 with that pitch, and that one is skied into left field. Lipscomb under it, makes the grab, and that's the second out.
Catcher number 4, Rylan Hickson.
Brings up Rylan Hickson. reached on an error and struck out looking. His 2 at bats, who pops up the first pitch out of play. Strike 1. Second pitch swinging as well. Chops it foul. Left side, first base, 0-2. Johnson, back-to-back batters, got him quickly 0-2. Going right at this Rose-Hulman. 6-7-8. Throws the off speed. Can't quite get the call on the outside half. 1-2. And then a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Johnson strikes out Hickson, and the Rose-Hulman lineup goes down in order in the top of the 5th. No hits, no runs, no errors for the Grizzlies. Topped off by a highlight grab by Tyson Lipscomb in the left foul territory. Bring up the Grizzlies in the bottom of the 5th. Redmond will lead them off with Sanders and Reed due up for the Grizzlies. So Dylan Redmond will start off the bottom of the 5th for the Grizzlies. Redmond's second at bat. Struck out his first time up. Takes ball 1. Klein still in the game. Pitch count still pretty low with 64 pitches, no walks, 5 strikeouts. And the second pitch chopped over to third base, fielded by O'Connell, who fires and gets the first out inning on Redmond.
Right fielder number 2, A.J. Sanders.
So top of the lineup for the Grizzlies for the 3rd time. Sanders stepping in, 1 for 2, had a single into left field his last time up. Takes strike 1. And ball 1 in the dirt. The 1-1 slider can't quite catch the outside corner. 2-1 to Sanders. Sanders chases 2-1 slider outside. Similar pitch to the one he just taked. And then another one outside. 3-2, full count to Sanders. 3-2 from Klein. Inside half and ball 4. No call given there to Klein. Sanders works himself his first walk of the day.
Third baseman number 1, Colby Reed.
Just the first walk given up by Klein. Sees Colby Reed step into the box, who loves to work himself a walk, 20 of them on the season. So Reed into the box. Takes ball 1 upstairs. They 1-0 in there, strike 1. Sanders big lead over there at first. Could see him try and swipe it back here on Klein. And there's a pickoff from Klein. Sanders dives back in safely. Sanders a little shaken up after the dive back into first. Nothing too much for Sanders. Takes his lead again. And Reed swings a miss on the 1-1 fastball, and 1-2 now for Klein. So the 1-2 swung on and fouled back off the catcher. Do the 1-2 again. Pick off over to first. Sanders back in time. Would have mattered as Busboom couldn't hang on to the throw with the tag. So 1-2. Reed trying to stay alive. Keep the line moving for the Grizzlies. And then a foul ball left side out of play. And then a strike 3 swinging. Down goes Colby Reed. The 6th strikeout of the day for Ian Klein. And 2 outs now as Tyson Lipscomb steps up into the box. Good slider that last pitch. Got Colby Reed to chase outside. And Tyson takes the first pitch back with the middle to center field. And a 2-out single for Tyson Lipscomb, his first hit of the day. Keeps the inning going for the Grizzlies. Brings up the center fielder Sean Sullivan, who's 0 for 2 so far with a ground out and a fly out. Sullivan has home run power, 7 homers on the year. First pitch swinging and shot foul. So quickly 0-1. Sullivan jumped on that first pitch and then takes the outside fastball, and 0-2 to Sullivan. Cleanup hitter trying to drive in the runners on base. 0-2 in the dirt. Sanders takes off. Great read on the 0-2 pitch. See, Sanders gets over to third. 90 feet closer to scoring is Sanders. So 1-2, Sullivan trying to keep the inning alive for the Grizzlies, trying to get Willman into the box. And then a pitch in the dirt outside, stopped by the catcher, Hickson. Keeps the runners where they are, 2-2. Big pitch coming here for Klein, 2-2. Outside corner for strike 3. Sullivan goes down looking on the outside corner, and Ian Klein gets his 7th strikeout of the afternoon, and the Grizzlies leave 2 stranded. So on 1 hit, 1 walk, Grizzlies leave 2 stranded with 2 strikeouts on the inning. Take us to the top of the 6th. We'll see who Aiden Ray will take the mound for his first inning of work in relief of Matthew Johnson. We'll be back in just a moment. So Matthew Johnson outing is done for the day. 5 innings, 3 hits, 5 runs, 3 of them earned, 3 walks and 5 strikeouts for Johnson. We'll see Aiden Ray coming in for relief, making his 3rd appearance on the season. Had inning and 2/3 work over the last weekend versus Trine. He gave up no hits, no runs with 2 walks and no strikeouts. And he gets started with ball 1 to Colton Brown. And then 2-0 to Brown. Brown 0 for 1 so far with a hit by pitch and a fielder's choice. Scored a run as well. So 3-0 quickly to Brown. Ray falling behind to the leadoff batter in the top of the 6th, and 4-pitch walk for Colton Brown. Sees him on base for the 2nd time today. So Cade Klein steps in for the 4th time. 2 for 2 so far today with a sacrifice fly and reached on an error, or a sacrifice bunt it was. And then after 5 balls out of the bullpen from Ray, gets his first strike, 1-1 to Klein. Klein squares around and bunts it right back to the pitcher, who fires over to second, gets the out at second base for the first out of the inning. Good play from Aiden Ray to get the first out on the bunt from Cade Klein. Now bringing up the second baseman, Couillard Rodak.
Second baseman number 10, Coulter Couillard-Rodak.
He's 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. They pick off over to first, trying to keep Klein at first with 1 out. And then first pitch ball to Couillard-Rodak. 2-1 pitch. Two and one. Shot into right field's base hit for Couillard Rodak. Sanders comes up firing, keeping Klein at second base, so a 1-out single. Runners at first and second. Start off the day for Aiden Ray. Already some movement in the Grizzly bullpen as number 39 Michael Carter warming up for the Grizzlies. Not much movement in the Rose-Hulman bullpen as Ian Klein having a good outing for the Engineers. 84 pitches in 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts as a pickoff attempt. Back easily is Klein. Busboom in the box now. Takes strike 1. He went yard his second at bat in the second inning, part of that 3-run inning by Rose-Hulman. They saw them extend their lead to 5-0 before the Andrew Wallace home run in the bottom half of that inning. And a foul ball, strike 2 to Busboom. So 0-2 to Busboom, and the pitch fouled up out of play. We'll do the 0-2 again. And the 0-2 skied up. Taylor trying to find it, does so and makes the grab. No one covering third, so Klein tags up and moves 90 feet. As Reed took a couple steps in there on the pop fly to the catcher and wasn't covering the bag at third, so heads up play by Klein, sees the runners move into second and third for Connor O'Connell. 2 outs. Runners threatening to score for Rose-Hulman. And there's strike 1 on the outside corner for Ray. And there's a shot into left field. Lipscomb on the run, can't get there. That's down for a base hit. 2 runs will score. And a 2-out double for Connor O'Connell sees Rose-Hulman take a 7-2 lead here in the top of the 6th. Good piece of 2-out hitting from Connor O'Connell. Helps Rose-Hulman extend their 3-run lead to a 5-run lead. Their ties their biggest of the day. Brings up Peter Rogers. Takes ball 1 upstairs. The 2-0 pitch chopped foul out of play. 2-1 now to Rogers. Cutoff swing to Hart, fires over to first and gets the out, so the Grizzlies give up 2 runs on 2 hits, with one of them being a 2-out double by Connor O'Connell, who sees Rose-Hulman's lead jump to 5 again. Heading into the bottom of the 6th. We'll be back in just a moment. So Luke Willman will lead off the Grizzlies in the bottom of the 6th, who takes the first pitch, pops it up over towards the first base side. Catcher Hickson couldn't quite find it, and it's out of play in the Rose-Hulman dugout, so strike 1. Willman's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts so far today, trying to right the tide as get his first hit of the day, and a pitch behind him off speed. Willman might have wanted to taken that for a hit by pitch, but got out of the way. Ball 1. And swings and fouls off. Second pitch, 1 and 2. It's 1 and 2 from Klein. Fouled off again by Willman. And then the 1-2 slider in the dirt gets Willman a chase, so Willman 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts on the day. Sees Klein rack up his 8th of the afternoon. And that brings up Garrett DeHart. 1 for 1 with a single his last time up and a hit by pitch earlier in the day. And then 1 and 1 to start off DeHart. Grizzlies offense trying to get some momentum going following the 2-run inning from Rose-Hulman, down by 5. Time running out for the Grizzlies, and they're in the bottom of the 6th. 3 more chances after this inning. And then a ball 3 in the dirt. 3 and 1 to DeHart. DeHart takes the pitch upstairs for ball 4, so a 1-out walk issued by Ian Klein, his 2nd walk of the afternoon. We'll bring up Adam Taylor. Adam Taylor's 0 for 2 with the ground out, fly out, and a fielder's choice. And takes ball 1 outside. pick off over to first on DeHart. DeHart back in easily. The 1-1 pitch in there, strike 2. And then a ground ball through the hole on the left side, and a 1-out single for Adam Taylor. Gets 2 on base for Andrew Wallace.
First baseman number 34, Andrew Wallace.
Wallace back in the second inning, hit his 4th homer of the year. 2 only runs for the Grizzlies so far today. Takes the off-speed outside, ball 1. Wallace trying to help out the cause, down by 5, and takes ball 2. And ball 3 inside, stopped by the catcher Hickson, and then so 3-0 to Wallace. Trying to keep the bases from loading up with a walk here is Klein. So 3-0 on its way. In there, strike 1. And then a ball 4. Second walk of the inning issued by Klein, so the bases are loaded with 1 out for Dylan Redmond. Some action in the Rose-Hulman bullpen as coach coming out for Rose-Hulman. So a bit of a mound meeting here. 36 Cam Judson is the one warming up in the Rose-Hulman bullpen. Doesn't look like there's going to be a pitching change here, just a meeting trying to calm Klein down after the 2 walks so far this inning. So Redmond steps into the box. Bases are loaded with 1 out. He takes ball 1 up high. Redmond's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a ground out. And takes a pitch off the inside elbow, and a hit by pitch leads to a run scored for the Grizzlies. And so that looks like that'll be the day for Ian Klein. After the 2 walks and a hit by pitch gives the Grizzlies a free run in the bottom of the 6th here. Bring in Cam Judson for Rose-Hulman. Judson gonna make his 5th appearance on the season. The freshman from Terre Haute. Last pitch versus Greenville, where he went 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 run, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. Judson a 2.45 ERA with 7 1/3 innings pitched, 3 runs given up, 2 of them are earned, 7 strikeouts on the season. So we'll be back in a moment following the pitching change. So a new pitcher for Rose-Hulman in the bottom of the sixth with 1 out. Judson, tough situation, bases loaded, top of the order for Franklin. Sanders steps into the box. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a walk. See how aggressive the Grizzlies are. Coming out, Judson takes the first pitch, strike 1. And second pitch chopped over to shortstop, fires to second, gets the out, but a run will score as Sanders is safe over at first with the fielder's choice. And so 7-4 now as Grizzlies get 2 back, following the 2 runs in the top of the inning. Brings up Colby Reed with runners in the corners, 2 outs. And a first pitch ball outside to Reed. And then second pitch is in the dirt for ball 2. Reed trying to keep the inning alive, get to the 5th-year senior Lipscomb, who's waiting on deck. And then strike 1 on the outside corner. And Reed checks the swing. Umpire at second says he didn't go, so 3-1 to Colby Reed. Sanders takes off, and a stolen base for A.J. Sanders as the second baseman Couillard Rodak cut off a throw trying to get Sullivan, and a strike called there as well. So 3-2, runners on second, third for Colby Reed. Big pitch coming for the reliever Judson. It's on its way, and strike 3 looking. Down goes Colby Reed. And Judson gets out of the bases loaded jam, just giving up 1 run. So 2 runs for the Grizzlies on the inning on a 1 hit and 2 walks and a hit by pitch. Grizzlies cut into the lead just a little bit, bring it back to 3 runs, 7-4, heading into the top of the 7th. We'll be back in a moment. So Michael Stenger will lead off top of the 7th for Rose-Hulman. Stenger 1 for 2 with a strikeout, a walk, fly out. Ray back in for the second inning of work. Gets started with a strike. So 1-1 to Stenger. The DH is inside. Ball 2. So the HCAC conference play got underway on Saturday. As there's a shot into right field. Sanders on his way, moving to his right, makes the grab, and out number 1 for the Grizzlies.
Center fielder number 1, Jackson Summers.
Rose-Hulman opened up their conference schedule at Mount St. Joe. Or at home against Mount St. Joe. They split the second game. Rose-Hulman won the 12-6. Transylvania and Hanover played a doubleheader in Lexington, and Transylvania took the second game 3-2. Today, Hanover hosts Defiance, where the Grizzlies will be heading tomorrow. And part of a doubleheader. Originally scheduled for Saturday, but now is on Monday. And 2-0 to Summers quickly by Ray. Anderson hosted Manchester, part of their doubleheader, and took both games there, 5-4 and 6-2. So Anderson starts out the year 2-0. Everyone else splits their series as Hanover took the first game for Transylvania 10-4. So 3-2 inside, ball 4, walk given up by Aiden Ray. His first walk of the afternoon. And 1 out base runner for Rose-Hulman. Hickson fires one through the gap on the right side. A 1-out single puts runners on first and second for Rose-Hulman.
Right fielder number 12, Colton Brown.
So first hit afternoon for Hickson. Brings up Colton Brown, who's 0 for 1 so far with a walk. Hit by pitch. A ground out with a fielder's choice in there. And then a first pitch check swing. And no call given as the appeal down to the outfield umpire. So 1-0 to Brown. Second pitch finds the outside corner, strike 1. Double play opportunity for the Grizzlies to get out of this inning with runners on first and second. And then a check swing off the handle of the bat. Hands of Colton Brown, so 1-2. One, two, chop back to the pitcher, too slow to go two, so Ray fires over to first and gets the second out of the inning. Runners move to second and third, but 2 outs. Top of the order for Cade Klein. Another opportunity for some timely hitting for Rose-Hulman. Similar to their situation last inning, 2 outs, runners on second and third, and this time it's Cade Klein in the box. He takes ball 1 in the dirt, stopped by Taylor. And the 1-0 off speed finds the back door, strike 1. 1-1, fouled straight back out of play. So 1-2 to Klein from Ray, and a chopper hit over to the right side. Redmond fields it, fires over to first, and in time for the final out of the inning. Grizzlies escape the jam there at second and third with 2 outs. The Grizzlies down by 3. Time for the 7th inning stretch here in game 1 of our doubleheader. Back in just a moment. So bottom of the 7th, Tyson Liscombe, 3-4-5 due up for the Grizzlies, trying to get them back into this game. Just 9 outs to do so. Strike 1 there from Judson. And Tyson swings and misses at the pitch in the dirt, quickly behind the count, 0-2. And 0-2, foul it up, left side, out of play. We'll do the 0-2 again. And then strike three looking there from Lipscomb, who takes the off speed. First out of the inning, recorded by Tyson Lipscomb. That brings up Sean Sullivan, who takes ball one in the dirt. Sullivan 0 for 3 with a strikeout, fly out, and a ground out. Trying to get himself on the board with a hit here in the bottom of the seventh. And it's 1-1 with a swing and a miss. So now 2-2. 2 swings and misses from Sean Sullivan. And then ball 3 in the dirt. Sullivan checks a swing. And the 3-2 fouled. So now 3-2 from Judson on its way to Sullivan. And strike three looking back-to-back Ks for Judson. And the Grizzlies are just standing there watching it go by in the bottom of the seventh. Luke Willman steps up, who is 0 for 3 for 3 strikeouts, and he swings at strike one there. And then 2 pitches, top of the zone, no call there, so 2-1 now to Luke Willman, who swings a miss on the fastball outside. 2-2. Judson trying to strike out the side and does so. Down goes Luke Willman. Strike three swinging. Big inning from Cam Judson, who gets 3 outs on 3 strikeouts. So the Grizzlies will go back out there top of the 8th, trying to hold this lead at 3 in just a moment. So top of the 8th, leading off is Coulter Couillard Rodak, and is Aiden Ray still on the bump for the Grizzlies for his 3rd inning of work. Starts it off with ball 1. And a 1-0 shot into left field. In comes Tyson sliding and makes the grab for out number 1. Second time today we've seen Lipscomb sliding over there in left field, and another great grab for the 5th-year senior Lipscomb. Now Dalton Bushboom in the box takes strike 1. Bushboom 2 for 4, or 1 for 4. 2 runs scored and 2 RBIs. This one hit being that 2-run bomb in the 2nd inning. And now quickly 1 and 2 for Ray. One, two. It's popped up right side. Wallace is underneath it. It makes the grab for the 2nd out.
Third baseman number 35, Connor O'Connell.
Connor O'Connell steps in. He's 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs, 2 walks on the day. Had that big 2-out RBI in the top of the 5th inning. That saw the lead go to 7 for Rose-Hulman. Strike on the outside half for strike 1. And the 2-1 shot foul out of play, 2 and 2 now. This is a 2 and 2 with 2 outs. And pulled down the first baseline. Fair. Oh, foul ball called. I'm not sure what the call is. The hitter O'Connell taken off for 2nd, and the umpires meeting now. Foul ball is the call. It was a hot shot down the first baseline. So count will stay 2 and 2 for Aiden Ray. Just trying to get himself out of this top of the 8th. Hold the lead where it's at for Rose-Hulman. Give the Grizzlies bat chance in the bottom of the 8th. So 2 and 2 for O'Connell. Ray comes set, delivers, fastball pulled over to 2nd base. Redmond bobbles the fielding but recovers and makes a throw over to first for the final out of the inning. So the Grizzlies get out of the inning with no hits, no runs, no errors, no one left on base for Rose-Hulman. And so that keeps it 7-4 heading into the bottom of the 8th. So Garrett DeHart leads off the Grizzlies in the bottom of the 8th, down by 3. Time running out for Franklin, just 6 outs remaining. And Cam Judson still in for his 3rd inning of work. And quickly 0-2 to the shortstop DeHart. Ball 1 low and away. And a strike 3 called, looking on Garrett DeHart, who strikes out for the 2nd time today. The 13th strikeout on the game for the Grizzlies. And strike 1 to Adam Taylor. And then now 0-2 on the foul ball. And then swing and foul off the catcher. Couldn't hold on to it. To the 0-2 again for Adam Taylor. Ball 1. Couldn't find the zone upstairs. And Taylor shoots one back into center field. Underneath it is Summers, and he'll make the grab for out number 2.
First baseman number 34, Andrew Wallace.
That'll bring up Andrew Wallace now, his 4th time up. He's 1 for 2 with a homer and a walk. And he takes the first pitch, a little blooper over the third baseman, and it drops in for a single. So 2-out single from Andrew Wallace keeps the inning going for the Grizzlies, and that will bring up Dylan Redmond.
Second baseman number 9, Dylan Redmond.
Dylan Redmond's 0 for 2 with a strikeout on the afternoon. And takes strike 1, top half of the zone for Judson. So quickly 0-2 to the second baseman, Redmond. Trying to keep the inning alive as the top of the order for the Grizzlies is looming. And takes strike 3 on the outside half. Redmond not happy with the call, but that will do it for the inning. Grizzlies go down with 1 hit, no runs, 1 left on base. Grizzlies strike out 14 times so far today. So top of the 9th coming. Grizzlies just 3 outs away, dropping the first half of this doubleheader to Rose-Hulman. We'll be back in just a moment. So top of the ninth, Peter Rogers leads off the inning for Rose-Hulman. Aiden Ray back out on the mound, trying to hold Rose-Hulman where they are. It starts off ball one. And a 2-0 pitch swung on and missed by Rogers. 2-1. And the 2-1 pitch ripped. Fair ball, or foul ball is it called. Home plate umpire calls it foul. And it's 2-2 now. This one chopped over to the third baseman. Reed makes the grab, fires long throw over the head of Wallace. So tough play there from Colby Reed. Would have been a hit anyway, as Rogers was down the line quickly. It was a long throw there for Colby Reed. So a pinch hitter coming up for Rose-Hulman, number 22, Josh Erpenbeck.
Pinch hitting number 22, Josh Erpenbeck.
So with no outs, pinch hitter for Rose-Hulman. Shows bunt, and then a pickoff attempt again over to first, keeping Rogers from taking second. So Erpenbeck shows bunt again, a pitch high and inside. Erpenbeck gets out of the way. Erpenbeck squares around again, takes ball 2, 2-0. So 3-0. Runner on first for Rose-Hulman. And Ray fires in, strike one. And they sawed off swing over to the second baseman. Redmond gets the out at first for the first out of the inning on Erpenbeck.
Center fielder number 1, Jackson Summers.
I'll bring up Jackson Summers now. So one out, runner on second. Rose-Hulman trying to get a bit of an insurance run, a pickoff quickly over to second base, but back in is Rogers. And strike one there on the off speed for Aiden Ray. So 1-1 now to Summers. Who squares around, shows bunt, couldn't get it down, foul ball. 1-2 now. So the 1-2 coming from Ray. And a swing and a foul ball straight back out of play. We'll do the 1-2 again. And then a shot over to the shortstop to Hart. Couldn't get there. And then a one-out single from Jackson Summers. Puts runners on the corners for Rylan Hickson.
Catcher number 4, Rylan Hickson.
Rylan Hickson 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts, and a mound meeting can be called here by Coach Marshall. We'll step aside following this mound meeting. So mound meeting over. Rylan Hickson in the box, 1 out, runners on the corner. A pickoff attempt over to first. Back in safely is Summers. And then a bunt popped up, foul right side, strike 1. So 0-1. Rose trying to get that runner over to second, and that run across. A bunt pops back up. Ray fields it, fires over to first, and gets the out at first, but a run will score. As Rogers scores from third on the bunt from Rylan Hickson. So that makes it 8-4 now for Rose-Hulman. It's a big run to extend the lead going into this bottom of the 9th. Still potential for more damage as Colton Brown in the box with a runner on second. Base hit, could see another run scored with the right fielder. Sanders playing in. Sullivan trying to cut off any extra space for a throw home. So 1-1 to the batter Brown, who squares around for a bunt, bunts it left side, and a clean bunt single for Colton Brown, and Runners are on the corner again with 2 outs, and top of the order is up for Rose-Hulman.
Left fielder number 30, Cade Klein.
Small ball been working today for Rose-Hulman, laying down the bunts when they can and being effective, getting runners moved over, getting one for a hit there. And the 1-0 pitch shot into left center field. That ball is going back, and that ball is gone. Cade Klein with an opposite field home run extends the Rose-Hulman lead by 3 more runs, so it's 11-4 for Rose-Hulman. And this game seemingly now out of reach for Franklin heading into the bottom of the 9th. A big 3-run shot from Cade Klein, his 4th homer of the season. And another shot into left field, this time from Couillard-Rodak, and that drops in for a single. The inning keeps going for Rose-Hulman.
First base number 24, Dalton Bushboom.
No action in the Grizzly bullpen, so Ray's going to have to get out of it himself. He's giving up back-to-back hits now. 3 straight hits, actually, including that bunt from Brown, and then now ball 1 inside the Bushboom. And then the 1-0 off-speed inside drills Bushboom. So Connor O'Connell will get another at-bat in this one.
Third baseman number 35, Connor O'Connell.
So 2 outs, runners on first and second. Connor O'Connell back up. Takes ball 1 outside. And then a foul ball right side, strike 1. Ball 2 upstairs, 2-1 to O'Connell, who's 1 for 3 today, 2 RBIs and 2 walks. It takes strike 2 outside corner. Good pitch there from Ray. Makes it 2-2. So 2-2 is skied deep into right field. I think that one's going to stay inside the confines as Sanders gets underneath it and makes a foul out of the inning. But Rose-Hulman puts up a crooked number when it matters most in the top of the 9th off the back of a Cade Klein 3-run homer to left center field. So the Grizzlies down by 7 heading into the bottom of the 9th. We'll be back in just a moment. So A.J. Sanders will lead off the Grizzlies in the bottom of the ninth, down by 7. There's 3 outs remaining, and Sanders gets a start with a shot into right center field. Should be down for extra bases. Sanders rounds first into second easily. So the Grizzlies get a little bit of spark there from A.J. Sanders with a no-out leadoff single or double. And Reed takes ball 1 in the dirt. Reed's 1 for 4, 3 strikeouts. And then strike 1 on the outside corner from Judson. And strike 2 looking again is Reed. Reed pulls one, loops it foul into the Grizzly bullpen and out of the reach of the left fielder line. So 1-2 is the count. So 1-2 from Judson on its way. Shot back up the middle. Base hit. Sanders rounds third. Should be a run scores. The Grizzlies get 1 back here in the bottom of the ninth. With a leadoff double from Sanders and a RBI single from Colby Reed. Makes 11-5.
Fielder number 4, Tyson Lipscomb.
And now Tyson Lipscomb steps in the box, trying to keep this train rolling of hits for the Grizzlies. Back-to-back hits to start the inning. Lipscomb just 1 for 4 with 1 strikeout on the day. He goes first pitch swinging and it fouls it off out of play right back to us. And Tyson shoots one into left center field. That ball on the warning track and caught by Klein. So first out of the bottom of the ninth recorded for Cam Judson.
Center fielder number 27,
Now bring up
Sullivan.
Sean Sullivan now. Sullivan 0 for 4 today, 2 strikeouts. First pitch swinging, out of play, foul ball. And then there's ball 1 in the dirt. So 1-1 here to Sullivan. One out in the bottom of the ninth. And strike 2 on the outside corner. And then a warning given here to Coach Marshall on the third base spot, and he's not happy with the outside calls that have been going towards Franklin today. And then strike 3, or no? Called that a strike. So that should be strike 3. They called that pitch before a strike. And so now that will be the second or the third strikeout of the afternoon for Sean Sullivan. That was a pitch that was outside for strike 2. And then Sean tried to check his swing on the pitch outside, and the home plate umpire called him out on the swing, even though the first base, the outfield umpire called him out, or called him safe on the swing.
Pinch hitting number 24, Anthony Smith.
I'll bring it pinch hitter Anthony Smith in place for Rose-Hulman, the DH. So the Grizzlies down to their final out. Down by 6. We'll need a huge 2-out rally here in the bottom of the 9th to come back in this one. Reed is on first. 0-1 to Smith, who swings and misses at strike 2. And a sawed-off swing to the shortstop, Smitty. Out at first. Play made there by Rogers, and that will do it for game 1 of the doubleheader. Rose-Hulman scores 11 on 11 hits with no errors. The Grizzlies score 5 on 9 hits and commit 5 errors in the field. The win will go to Ian Klein, who went 5 1/3, just 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, and 8 strikeouts on the day. Cam Judson came in relief for 3 2/3, who gave up 3 hits, 1 run, 1 earned, and 7 strikeouts. The Grizzlies strike out 15 times in this one, and drop game 1 of this doubleheader to Rose-Hulman. Game 2 will be starting here in just about a half hour following. So thank you all for watching, and stick with us here for game 2 in just a bit. Game 2 of this Sunday doubleheader is about to get underway here at J.P. McDowell Field. Grizzlies line up pretty much the same way defensively. Only change to the lineup is the DH spot. Anthony Smith slots in for Luke Willman. And on the bump is the fifth-year senior Jackson Young for the Grizzlies. Rose-Hulman makes a few changes to the lineup. Leading off still is Cade Klein. Batting second, Colder Rodak. Number 24, Dalton Bushbum. Number 35, Connor O'Connell. Number 7, Peter Rogers. The DH is a change with number 22, Josh Erpenbeck. Jackson Summers in the 7 hole. 8 hole is number 41, Mason Rasmussen. And the 9 hole is number 9, Caleb Frakes. And starting the mound is number 42, Brady Strawmeyer. As we're underway here for game 2 in the first pitch, ground ball over the right side. Dylan Redmond fields it and it gets the out at first. 1 pitch, 1 out. Start the day for Jackson Young. Another first pitch swinging for Collier Rodak. 0-1 quickly. It's Jackson's 4th start of the season. He's gone 18 innings pitched, a 3 even ERA, the 1.06 whip. He's 1-1 on the year. 17 strikeouts, just 4 walks on the season. Has 1 complete game in there as well for the Grizzlies. And Young gets his first strikeout on the mound here as Taylor feels a drop third strike and throws over to first. 2 outs in the top of the first. Dalton Busboom in the box for his first at bat of game 2. He helped spark this Rose-Hulman offense to an 11-run game 1 with his 2-run homer at the start of that game. This time starts off with a strike from Young. And Jackson Young quickly 1-2 here on Dalton Busboom. One two on its way from Young. Tries to find the outside corner. Nothing given there from the home plate umpire. 2-2 now. 2-2. Swung on a miss. Strike 3. Young. 2 strikeouts in the inning. Rose-Hulman goes down in order. Grizzlies see Sanders, Reed, and Lipscomb lead him off in the bottom of the first in just a moment. So Brady Strawmeyer will get the start on the mound for Game 2 today, making his 4th start this season. Has a 4.97 ERA in 12 2/3 innings pitched. Has 10 strikeouts and 5 walks on the year. Strawmeyer, the left-hander, freshman from Hamilton Southeastern, getting us started in the bottom of the first for strike 1 to Sanders. Sanders shoots one into right center field. This ball gets down, could get extra bases. Sanders puts on the brakes at first as the throw in from the right fielder stops the extra base hit. So Sanders gets the Grizzlies on the board with their first hit of the game. And a leadoff single brings up Colby Reed now. Colby Reed went 2 for 5 with 3 strikeouts in Game 1. He takes ball 1 outside in the dirt. And this second pitch popped up straight in the air. Third baseman coming in on it, O'Connell, and he makes the grab for the first out of the inning.
Left fielder number 4, Tyson Lipscomb.
Stepping in the box now is Tyson Lipscomb, the left fielder. Went just 1 for 5 in Game 1, 1 strikeout. The reigning HCAC Player of the Week, trying to catch fire like he did last week, as the wild pitch on the first pitch of the at-bat sees Sanders move over to second. Lipscomb grounds it over to second base, fields it and fires over for the second out. Is Collier Rodak, gets to put out, and now 2 outs with a runner on third for Sean Sullivan. Sullivan struggled in that first game, no hits, 0 for 5, 3 strikeouts. Usually batting .362 on the season. I'm trying to get back into that hit column here in game number 2. As he fouls off. Second pitch straight back quickly, 0-2 to Sullivan. Chopper over to third base, fielded by O'Connell, fired first and picked in the dirt. That'll do it for the bottom of the first for the Grizzlies. No runs on 1 hit, no errors. Grizzlies will face O'Connell, Rogers, and Erpenbeck in the top of the second. So Connor O'Connell will lead off the top of the second for Rose-Hulman. Young still on the mound following that first inning. 9-pitch inning, 2 strikeouts. Connell had a big 2-out RBI single in game 1, or it was a double in game 1 that saw Rose-Hulman extend their lead to 7-4 before a big 9th inning put them up 11-4. And he'll start off with a leadoff knock in the right center field, stays at first for the single. And just like the Grizzlies in the bottom of the first, the leadoff single for Rose-Hulman.
Shortstop number 7, Peter Rogers.
Peter Rogers was 1 for 5, scored a run and had 1 strikeout at the plate in game 1. Quickly get ahead 2-0 on Jackson Young here. 2-0 pitch swung on, fouled off the catcher for strike 1. Ball in the dirt for ball 3. Taylor stops it, keeps the runner at first, O'Connell, in place. So 3-1. Inside, strike 2 there. Young finds that inside corner. 3-2. Nobody out, runner on first. Off over to first. Easily back is O'Connell. Three-two pitch goes McConnell, and that was ball 4 to Peter Rogers. So first walk of the afternoon for Jackson Young.
And hitter number 22, Josh Ergenbeck.
And now runners on first and second, no outs. And now comes a DH, Josh Erpenbeck. Beck had a pinch hit opportunity in the first game. He hit for the DH in that one, Michael Stenger. Couple looks back over at second from Young. Beck, a senior from Clayton, North Carolina. So his bunt takes ball 1. The 1-0 pitch gets past the catcher Taylor, and a pass ball there sees runners move 90 feet closer to scoring. So runners in scoring position, second and third for Josh Erpenbeck with no outs. And a 2-0 count. And then strike 1 there from Young. Tries to work himself out of this jam he's into here early in the second inning. There's ball 3, up and out. Erpenbeck swings, fouls it off left side. So now full count to the senior Erpenbeck. And then a shot through the hole on left side. A single there for Josh Erpenbeck scores the first run of the game for Rose-Hulman, and they take a 1-0 lead here in the top of the second.
Right fielder number 1, Jackson Summers.
Brings up Jackson Summers, the right fielder. It was 1 for 4 with a run scored as well. Has an opportunity for some RBIs here in game 2 with runners in the corners, no outs. A pickoff over to first, diving back is Erpenbeck. It's in there safely. So Young, after the 9-pitch first inning and 2 strikeouts, gives up 2 hits here in the second, and now behind 1-0 to Summers. Keeping the runner there in check at second, trying to see if he can get a double play ball. And ball 2 outside. Summers stays patient. The 2-0 is fouled straight back for strike 1. And then a swing and a miss on the off speed. 2-2 now to Summers. Big pitch coming here for Young. Really like the strikeout here. Keep the runners from moving. Ball 3 outside. Full count again for Jackson Young. He had Erpenbeck full count before he ripped a single, and Erpenbeck takes off on the pitch and is fouled straight up out of play. We'll do a 3-2 all over again. So 3-2, pick off over to first. Keeps Erpenbeck in check, just in case they get a strike him out, throw him out situation if he's still stealing here on the 3-2 with no outs. And he takes off on the pitch, swing and a miss, throw down to second, cut off by DeHart, throw him back to home, and scores easily as is Rogers for a second run of the game. So first out of the inning, but at the cost of a run and a stolen base for Josh Erpenbeck. And Coach Lance Marshall checking to see maybe there's some interference at home. I guess the home plate umpire to check with the outfield umpire. Eventually the striking out Summers might have been in the way of Taylor making the throw or receiving the throw back from DeHart. Looks like they're gonna umpire looked to hold up his hand for an out, but not sure if the out is going to be on the runner that scored or the runner at second. Runner at second hasn't made any movement. Rose-Hulman coach now learning to find out the call. Coach Adam Rosen still understanding the call.
But if there's interference, then that run comes off the board. It has to.
So, still waiting to see the call up here in the press box. If there's interference on the runner at second, they might need to wipe off that run off the board and put the runner back on third. The runner at second be out. Still no indication. So he's out at second, and the run looks like the run might count. But will not count. So the runner is out at second. The runner, Rogers, was told, putting his helmet back on here in the Rose-Hulman dugout. Looks like he'll have to go back to third, so no run seemingly for Rose-Hulman. And a double play for the Grizzlies seems to be the call here. Umpires are still trying to understand what they're calling. So it looks like they're going to call the run at home out, and now the runner's going to have to go back to first. Still some confusion, some unhappy Rose-Hulman fans below us. Still not entirely sure. A long-winded explanation here from the umpires to Coach Rosen of Rose-Hulman. He's still unhappy with the call. He believes there should be a run on the board, or maybe at least still be a runner on third. A long-winded explanation. It's been a few minutes since Young's even stepped on the mound here, following that strikeout. Coach Rosen still arguing with the outfield umpire on the call here. Unhappy with it. We'll take a look around the HCAC scoreboard while we're still arguing about this. Hanover played hosts to Defiance today, and they won at 8-1. And now it looks like they're going to be a runner on third. So Rogers will go back to third. The runner at first, Erpenbeck, is out. And now here comes Coach Marshall to argue about it. He thinks the runner should be out at third.
Young just getting some few warm-up pitches as the long break happened. So Hanover beat Defiance at home 8-1 in game one of their doubleheader. Earlham played host to Anderson and won 11-2, while Mount St. Joe took down the Bluffton Beavers 7-0 at home. The home team's dominating play today, except for Franklin, who lost 11-5 here at home. And now I'm not even sure what's happening. The umpire has left the field. Potentially go get a rule book. I honestly have never seen this in a baseball game, and I've been around baseball a long time, and I've never seen an umpire have to go to their car and get a rule book to understand who should be out on the interference. Sullivan is in center field doing some stretches. We're just going to throw it to a little break here while we figure out what's happening. I'll be back with a moment with an explanation, hopefully.
So welcome back to the top of the second. The call has been made that he is out at second, and the runner has to go back to third. So there's 2 outs. Fresh count for Mason Rasmussen, and Young is still on the mound for the Grizzlies. Honestly, I've never seen anything where both of the umpires had to leave the field to get a rule book to understand the making correct call. You see something new every day. And Young quickly behind 2-0 to Rasmussen. And now Young, after a long break, got a few warm-up pitches on the mound, but now it's 3-0, trying to get back loose. That was a solid 15-minute break, honestly, it felt like. And there's a 4-pitch walk issued by Young. So runners in the corner brings up Caleb Frakes.
Center fielder number 9, Caleb Frakes.
Caleb Frakes, the center fielder this afternoon for Game 2. Did not play in Game 1. And takes ball 1 outside. Strike 1 given, top of the zone to Frakes. And Young is now 1-1. Frakes, the sophomore from Pendleton Heights High School. And swings and chases strike 2 outside the zone in the dirt. Strike 3 looking. Young gets to that 3rd out of the inning on a strikeout after the first 2 outs came about 10 minutes ago. There was no runs in that inning, or 1 run in that inning. Just 2 hits for Rose-Hulman. So the monumental first top half of the second inning is over, and we'll be back for the second half in just a moment.
Designated hitter number 24, Anthony Smith.
So Anthony Smith starts off the bottom half of the second inning for the Grizzlies, down by 1. And takes strike 1 in the outside corner. Strohmeyer had a good first inning, 10 pitches, gave up 1 hit, got the inning unscathed, no runs, and is quickly 0-2 on Anthony Smith. Smith takes ball 1 in the dirt. And then a chopper to the shortstop, fielded and thrown out at first, is Anthony Smith for the first out of the inning. Rogers moves to his left, makes a play at first and brings up the shortstop for the Grizzlies, Garrett DeHart.
DeHart takes strike one. DeHart 1 for 2, scored 2 of the Grizzlies' 5 runs, had 1 walk and a strikeout. So after the first pitch strike, DeHart works up to 3-1 now. Strawmeyer trying to his way back and does so with strike 2 on the outside corner. So 3-2 to Garrett DeHart. And swung on, fouled back. 3-2 coming again. There's a pop fly to right field. Getting in foul territory is the first baseman, Busboom, who can't hold on to it. So it's a foul ball for DeHart, and it'll go back in for another 3-2 pitch. Busboom was underneath it. Couldn't quite make the grab there in foul territory. Back off to his left. Tough play, but he seemed to have position, just couldn't squeeze the glove on it. 3-2 this time, chopped over to shortstop. Rogers takes a wild hop and a tough play for Rogers, but a hit for Garrett DeHart. And the Grizzlies have a leadoff or a 1-out single from DeHart. Adam Taylor now steps into the box. Still behind the dish after game 1. We saw a 2-hit game, 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Sorry, he was 1 for 4. That was Andrew Wallace, who was 2 for 3. Adam Taylor was 1 for 4. And then quickly 0-2 to Taylor. And fouls back the 0-2. DeHart takes off, and ball 1 there to Taylor as Rasmussen couldn't hold on to it behind the dish, and so an easy stolen base for Garrett DeHart. So 1-2 to Taylor. Swung on and hit high into shallow second base and caught by the second baseman, Collier Riddick. So 2 outs, runner on second, brings up Andrew Wallace.
Baseman number 34, Andrew Wallace.
Wallace had just one of the 2 extra base hits for the Grizzlies as he hit a 2-run bomb in the bottom of the second. The other one was a double late in the game for AJ Sanders. And there's ball 1. So lefty on lefty here for Wallace. Strike 1 there, swinging is Wallace. Ball 3 in the dirt, 3-1 to the first baseman, Wallace. 1 pitch in there, strike 2, but now we're full count. So 3-2, 2 outs, runner on second. Wallace pops it up, foul, out of play. 3-2 coming again for the lefty. Strohmeyer trying to keep this 1-0 lead. Wallace trying to level it back up here in the bottom of the second. So 3-2, swung on, looped, foul territory and out of foul play. So 3-2 coming for the second time, third time it is now, for Andrew Wallace. So 3-2 again, coming from the left-handed Strohmeyer. Is inside, ball 4. Wallace works himself onto base. And that'll bring up Dylan Redmond, the second baseman.
Second baseman number 9, Dylan Redmond.
So runners at first and second for Strohmeyer. Redmond up to bat. Dylan Redmond 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Sacrifice as well. And takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Redmond trying to extend the inning. Top of the order coming up after this for the Grizzlies, and he shoots one softly over to shortstop, who flips it over to the second baseman for the out to end the inning. So the Grizzlies score no runs on 1 hit, no errors, with a walk on the inning for Strohmeyer, and Rose-Hulman takes a 1-0 lead into the top of the third. So top of the order for Rose-Hulman here in the top of the third. Cade Klein steps back in the box for the second time this game 2. Klein grounded out his first time up and takes strike 1. And that 0-1 pitch is swung on and hit into right field. Sanders makes the grab easily for the first out here in the top of the third.
Second baseman number 10, Coulter Couliard Rodak.
Now the second baseman, Couliard Rodak, struck out his first time up. and swings on the first pitch on the ground over to second. Redmond fields it, flips it over to first, and gets the out. Second out quickly for Jackson Young here. Just a few pitches, 2 outs for Jackson Young, who had that long top of the second inning. And the first pitch here to Busboom, can't find the zone on the off speed. And the 1-0 finds the outside corner. Good pitch. Paints the edge there from Young. 1-1 is shot back up the middle past the glove of Young and in for a 2-out hit for Dalton Busboom. Brings up the third baseman, Connor O'Connell. He got a hit his first time up to bat today, and came around to score the only run of the game so far. Trying to keep the inning alive, keep the line moving. Peter Rogers stands on deck, and the first pitch gets away from Taylor, and stolen base for Dalton Busboom. Now 2-0 to O'Connell. And now 3-0. 3 balls to start off the count for Aiden O'Connell. Young trying to get out of this inning. He got 2 quick outs to start the inning. Now is behind 3-0 after giving up the single to Busboom, and now a 4-pitch walk sees first and second up for Peter Rogers. Peter Rogers walked his first time up and takes ball 1 there. 5 straight balls now from Young. Trying to find the zone again here after 2 early outs. And that ball was turned on, hit deep into left field. That one hops the wall, so a ground rule double for Peter Rogers. Sees another run score, and now runners on second and third with a 2-out double. Brings up the DH, Josh Erpenbeck. Takes strike 1 on the off speed from Jackson. So Erpenbeck had a hit his first time up. Trying to get another one here, trying to score some runs for Rose after their 2-out double from Peter Rogers. Scores their second of the game, and Young trying to get out of this jam he put himself through, and that one is hit into right field. Sanders underneath it makes the grab, and that'll end the inning for the Grizzlies. So Rose-Hulman scores 1 on 2 hits, no errors from the Grizzlies, and the
Grizzlies will be up to bat with Sanders and Reed Lipscomb to lead them off in the bottom of the third. So Strawmeyer on the mound still for his third inning of work, and A.J. Sanders steps in the box for the second time here in Game 2. Sanders led us off with a leadoff single into right field, and swings first pitch, pops it up right side. Busboom after it, and gets underneath it and makes the grab for out number 1. One pitch, one out for Strawmeyer.
Baseman number 1, Colby Reed.
Brings up senior third baseman Colby Reed. Who swinging bunts it back to the pitcher and flipped over to first for out number 2. 2 pitches, 2 outs.
Left fielder number 4,
For Strawmeyer.
Lipscomb.
So Lipscomb takes the first pitch in there for a strike. So no 3-pitch inning here for Strawmeyer, but still can get a really efficient inning if he gets Lipscomb out here. Lipscomb shows a bunt and is past the catcher Rasmussen, and ball 1. And ball 2 low and away to Lipscomb. And then the 3-1 pitches inside for strike number 2. So full count, 2 outs here for Lipscomb, trying to extend the inning after 2 quick outs, and swings and miss, strike 3. Strawmeyer gets out the inning with no hits, no runs, no errors, with a strikeout, and that takes us to the top of the 4th, where Jackson Summers gets us started. We'll be back in a moment. So top of the fourth, Rose-Hulman up 2-0 on the Grizzlies. Jackson Summers leads off. Jackson Young still on the mound, 55 pitches so far in 3 innings. Giving up 4 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, 3 walks and 4 strikeouts. And quickly falls behind to Summers 2-0. So 3-1 to the right fielder. Young trying to stop a leadoff walk and a foul straight back. Strike 2. Now full count for Young. Three, 2. Up and in, ball 4. Summers works a leadoff walk. The 4th walk of the afternoon for Jackson Young. No movement in the Grizzly bullpen yet. Not too worried about Young's walks. His Grizzlies still have 2 games tomorrow. Does Franklin as they travel to Defiance. So bullpen depth could be a problem coming up for them. See how many arms they want to use today and here in game 2. And there's ball 1 stopped in the dirt by Taylor. Summers big lead over there at first base. Ball 2 up and out of the zone. 2-1. Summers still getting big lead. Pretty jumpy over there at first. Trying to time up Young potentially. And there's ball 3 in the dirt from Young. And ball 4, back-to-back walks to start the inning as Rasmussen gets on base. So 2 on, no outs, brings up the center fielder Caleb Frakes. So 2 on, nobody out. Frakes, who struck out his first time up, steps back into the box, shows bunt here. Charging is Wallace, and strike 1 in there. Frakes squares around again. Charging is Wallace at first base. And Frakes pulls back, takes ball 1. So the 1-1 Frakes shows again. Pulls it back, takes strike 2 called. So now 1-2, bunt situation seemingly off now for Frakes, so swinging away is the center fielder. And there's ball 2 outside on the off speed. 2-2. Good chance for the Grizzlies to try and get a double play
Ground ball here. And then strike 3 looking. Painted the outside corner is Jackson Young, who gets a strikeout for out number 1 here in the top of the 4th. Cade Klein steps in for the 3rd time. And a pickoff attempt there from Young, saved from going into center field by Redmond. There's ball 1 inside to Klein, who had that 3-run homer at the end of game number 1 to help extend that Rose-Hulman lead to 11 in that 4-run top of the 9th. And swings and fouls it off the foot, and that would be strike 1. So 1-1 to the left fielder, Klein, with runners on first and second. And 1-1 is upstairs, ball 2. Pick off over to second, back in time is Summers. So now 3-1 to Klein. See if the Grizzlies want to give arguably the best hitter on this Rose-Hulman team pitch to hit here with runners on first and second, and strike 2 in the inside corner. So now full count to Klein here. So full count, runners go. Swung on, lined past the first baseman Wallace and into right field. Sanders bobbles it into right field, and throw into second, not in time. And so a 1-out double for Cade Klein scores another for Rose-Hulman. Makes it a 3-0 ball game here in the top of the 4th. Brings up number 10, Coulter Couillard-Rodak, who's 0 for 2 so far with a strikeout. And swings and fouls off the first pitch. So 0-1 in there, and ball 1 on the inside corner. And then strike 2 inside on the off speed, 2-2 to left-handed Kodak. And it's swung on, driven foul, and we'll do the 2-2 again. Ball was hit hard, but pulled foul for Couillard-Rodak. So 2-2, 1 out, runners on second and third. Threat more runs looming for Rose-Hulman. Young fires, and foul ball. Still 2-2. So 2-2 again on this way from Young. Swung on and hit into right center field. That'll get down. That'll score 1. Round comes the runner from second, Klein, who scores 2 on the 1-out single from Couillard Rodak, and 2 more score in the top of the 4th to make it 5-0 Rose-Hulman.
First baseman number 24, Dalton Busboom.
Still no action in the Grizzly bullpen as of right now. And Couillard Rodak takes off, fired down to second, not in time. Stolen bag for Couillard Rodak. Pick off over to second. Back in is Couillard Rodak. It's 0-1 to Dalton Busboom. And the 0-1 chop foul. It's now 0-2. And strike 3 looking good. Off-speed pitch freezes Busboom. It gets to the out number 2.
Third baseman number 35, Connor O'Connell.
So now 2 outs. Brings up Connor O'Connell, who's 1 for 1 with a walk. And takes strike 1. Some 1-1 to O'Connell. Young fires in the dirt. Ball 2. Good stop by Taylor to keep Couillard Rodak at second base. And, 2-1 hit over to second base. Redmond backhands, fires over to first, and out for number 3. So the Rose-Hulman scores 3 on 4 hits in this top of the 4th. Grizzlies down by 5 heading into about a half of the inning. Sullivan will lead off the Grizzlies with Smith and DeHart all due up.
Sean Sullivan.
So Sean Sullivan steps into the box, second time here in game 2. Still looking for his first hit of the afternoon after going 0 for 5 in game 1. 0 for 1 so far. He fires one into right field, chasing after it off the glove of the right fielder Summers, and Sullivan will get into third base with a triple in the air. by the right fielder Summers.
Hitter number 24, Anthony Smith.
So a big error leads to Sullivan on third to start the inning off for Anthony Smith now. Smith takes strike one in there from Strawmeyer. Strawmeyer been efficient here so far. It's 3 innings, 47 pitches, only getting up 2 hits, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. And then ball 1 in the dirt. Then inside, strike 2 there on Smith. 1 and 2 now. And in the dirt, past the catcher, Rasmussen and Sullivan will get home safely for the first run of the afternoon for Franklin. Makes it 5-1 now here in the bottom of the 4th. So the leadoff error by Summers that saw Sullivan get to third. Now it comes to fruition for the Grizzlies as he scores on the wild pitch. And then a swing and a miss, strike 3, as Anthony Smith strikes out for the first time today. And the first out here in the bottom of the 4th.
17, Garrett DeHart.
Garrett DeHart in for the second time. He had a hit his first time up. And this guy's a second pitch straight up out of play. Strike 1, 1-1 to the shortstop DeHart. Then popped up out of play. 2-2 now to DeHart. Trying to get another base runner here for the Grizzlies with 1 out. Bottom half the order for Franklin now. Inside ball 3. And then DeHart takes ball 4 outside, gets on base with 1 out
Catcher number 25,
for Adam Taylor. So Adam Taylor steps in and swings at the first pitch, grounder over third, past the glove of O'Connell, and another error here in the bottom of the 4th sees Taylor reach first base safely.
First baseman number 34, Andrew Wallace.
Now Andrew Wallace walked his last time up. Steps in with 1 out. Runner is on first and second. And he turns on the first pitch, grounded over to second. 4-6-3 double play, gets Strawmeyer out the inning on the first pitch. Wallace sees clean double play ball by Rose-Hulman. Gets him out of the inning with just 1 run on 2 errors and no hits from the Grizzlies. So Jackson Young's afternoon is done after just 4 innings. He gave up 6 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned, 5 walks, and 6 strikeouts on 91 pitches. And to relieve him is 39 Michael Carter. Carter quickly behind 2-0 now to Peter Rogers. Carter just making his 3rd appearance of the season. 6.35 ERA. Giving up 8 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned, 6 walks, and 2 strikeouts. And 3-0 pitches in there for strike 1. Grizzlies got one back in the bottom of the 4th, trying to keep the score where it's at for Rose-Hulman. And there's strike 2 on the outside corner. It's now full count to Peter Rogers. He's already worked 1 walk today and has a hit. And he swings and drives one into left field. This one is hooking foul and out of play. Would have been gone if it was fair, but wide left of the foul pole, and we'll do the 3-2 again. This time, shot into center field, or pop fly up into shortstop instead. DeHart makes the grab for the first out of the inning.
Designated hitter number 22, Josh Urbanbeck.
Now Josh Urbanbeck steps in. He's 1 for 2. Has no RBI as well. He squares around, shows bunt. Tried to lay it down, but strike 1 got past the bat of Urbanbeck. And the 0-1 is swinging, fouled off. And now quickly 0-2, Carter trying to work ahead here of the DH Urbanbeck. And then strike 3 looking good off-speed pitch from Michael Carter. Gets the second out of the inning. Strikeout of Urbanbeck. Now Summers in the box takes ball 1. And then a 1-0 chopper foul to the third base side. 1-1. So 1-1 inside, ducking out of the way is Summers. 2-1 now.
3-1. Summers trying to work himself on base with his second walk of the afternoon, and does so on 5 pitches.
Catcher number 41, Mason Rasmussen.
So the 2-out walk will now bring up the catcher, Mason Rasmussen. He's got 2 walks so far today in both of his plate appearances. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Summers leads off over at first. Decent sized lead, jumping around trying to distract the pitcher Carter. And then takes ball 1 up in the zone. And Summers takes off. Taylor fires down to second. Redmond gets there and throw not in time, so a stealing base for Jackson Summers. So the pitch was a strike, so it's 1-2 now to Rasmussen. And the 1-2 pitch drills Rasmussen in the back, and now it's first and second with 2 outs to bring up the center fielder Caleb Frakes.
Center fielder number 9, Caleb Frakes.
Frakes is 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts. And the first pitch is chopped over to third base. It's a fair ball. Reed fields it and throws it to first, and Wallace can't pick it out of the dirt, and so a run will score from second on the throwing error from Colby Reed. And the Grizzlies cut the lead down to 4, but now jumps back up to 5 after the 2-out error.
Left fielder number 30, Kate Klein.
First pitch strike in there for Carter. 0-1. Carter got the first 2 batters of the inning out. Since then, had a walk, hit by pitch, and an error. So they're in there, strike 2 on the left-handed Klein. And the 0-2 fouled straight back. So the 0-2 and a pickoff attempt over to first. Back goes Frakes. The 0-2 pitch finds the back door. Klein goes down looking on the strikeout from Michael Carter. But the Grizzlies give up another run. This time on no hits. But a error on the inning from Colby Reed. So Caleb Frakes' little tapper to third. Score a run from second. And the Grizzlies are down by 5 heading into the bottom of the 5th. So Dylan Redmond will lead off for the Grizzlies here in the bottom of the fifth. A whole team meeting in the dugout, led by Coach Marshall, trying to rally the troops. Down 5 here in the bottom of the fifth. There's ball 1 in there for Redmond. And strike 2 on the outside corner. Straumeyer still working on the mound for Rose-Hulman. Just 60 pitches, only 2 walks as Redmond pops it in the right center field. Coming onto it is Summers, who dives and can't make the grab. So a diving effort from the right fielder Summers, but hits off the glove and out for a single for Redmond.
Fielder number 2, AJ Sanders.
So the order flips over again for Franklin. AJ Sanders is 1 for 2 today. Steps into the box trying to string together some hits for Franklin. Just only got 3 in here in game 2. Sanders shows bunt, pulls back on ball 1 outside. Sanders shoots one over to shortstop, bobbled by the shortstop Rogers, and everybody's safe. As an error on Peter Rogers puts runners on first and second, but no outs for Colby Reed.
Colby Reed.
So a perfect double play ball set up by Straumeyer for Rogers, but bobbles the and a time there's waiting on the runner Sanders to get his sleeve figured out. Now Straumeyer comes set the 0-0, and in there strike 1 on the outside half. Strike 2 finds the corner. 0-2 quickly here to Colby Reed. Reed takes the 0-2 in the dirt. Straumeyer try to get him to chase. Reed takes ball 1. So the 1-2 fouled off. Count stays where it's at. Straumeyer delivers in their chopped foul. Still 1-2 for Colby Reed. Reed fighting, stay alive, fouls off another one. This time to the right side, still 1-2. Reed shoots one over the shortstop Rogers this time, flips over to second, who fires the first, and then a wild throw. And then the first baseman Bushboom grabs it and tags out Reed at first. So double play there, following the error from Rogers.
This time turns, they'll play. And so Reed is out first, despite the appeal from Coach Marshall. So 2 outs, runner on third for Tyson Lipscomb. Lipscomb still hitless in this game. Number 2 would take strike 1. Tyson takes the 1-1, lifts it to the left side. Underneath it is O'Connell, who tries to get back and he can't make the grab as he runs into the field tarp. And so still 1-2 for Lipscomb. The 1-2 pitch is outside. Ball number 2. And Tyson swings and misses for out number 3. Grizzlies leave one stranded at third on 1 hit in the inning. Still down by 5, heading at the top of the 6th. Where Couliard, Rodak will start it off with Bushboom and O'Connell 2 up for Rose-Hulman. So top of the 6th here. Coulter Couliard Rodak leads it off for Rose-Hulman. Rodak's 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs and a strikeout on the day. He takes strike 1 in there from Michael Carter's out there for his 2nd inning of work. And swing and miss. 0-2 quickly to the second baseman. And then the 0-2 fouled off. So 1-2 now on its way in there. No call given on the off speed. Now 2-2. 3. Once 0-2 now turns into 3-2 for Couillard Rodak. And the 3-2 grounded hard over the second baseman Redmond, who bobbles the grounder and recovers and makes a throw to first in time for out number 1 here in the top of the 6th.
First baseman number 24, Dalton Busboom.
Dalton Busboom now back in the box. Takes strike 1 there from Carter. That one's hit hard over short. DeHart fields and then throws it away. Way left of the first baseman Wallace, and then another error for the Grizzlies as Busboom reaches again by error and
Third baseman number 35, Connor O'Connell.
brings up Connor O'Connell with 1 out, runner on first. So Carter, following the air, quickly works ahead 0-2 to O'Connell. The 0-2 outside, ball 1, no chase there from O'Connell. O'Connell swings and miss. Throw down to second in time for the strike him out, throw him out double play to end the inning. First time O'Connell struck out this afternoon, and the Grizzlies get out the runner on first after the 1 hit, 1 error on the inning from Franklin. So score stays the same as the Grizzlies head into bottom of the 6th with Sullivan, Smith, and DeHart to lead off for the Grizzlies. So bottom of the 6th, the center fielder, cleanup hitter Sean Sullivan leads it off for Franklin. Franklin's still trying to rally, down 5 here. And Brady Strawmeyer still on the mound, going strong, 78 pitches so far through 5. And ball 1 in there. Count. And that one is turned on and foul. Well out of play. So quickly 1-2 to the senior Sullivan. Trying to get on base the first time today. It takes ball 2 outside. Close pitch. Rose wanted the call on the outside half. Too far for the home plate umpire. And that one is outside. Now full count. Sullivan trying to work himself on base, start off the inning. 3-2, shot back over to the second baseman. Couliard Rodak feels it and fires over to first for the first out of the inning.
Designated hitter number 24, Anthony Smith.
Brings up the DH, Anthony Smith. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout this afternoon. Strike one on the outside corner to Smith. Smith fouls back the 0-1. Now it's quickly 0-2. Smith staying alive. Now 1-2 to the right-handed DH Smith. And there's ball 2 in the dirt. Couple people up and active over in the Rose-Hulman bullpen. Nobody quite throwing yet. A couple people down there getting loose. Strohmeyer reaches his 85th pitch of the afternoon. And then ball 3 in the dirt. From 0-2 to full count now for Smith as he tries to work himself on base. And he swings and through the left side of the infield gap, and a base hit for Anthony Smith. The 4th hit of the afternoon for Franklin.
Number 17, Garrett DeHart.
So that brings up Garrett DeHart, who had the throwing error last half inning. Didn't lead any more runs for Rose-Hulman, but another error on the afternoon by Franklin. DeHart trying to make it up here at the plate, who fouls off the first pitch. And the 1-1 pitch in there for strike 2. And in the dirt, stopped by Rasmussen, keeps Smith at first. And DeHart fouls off the 2-2. And the 2-2 inside. Good reflex from Rasmussen to keep it in front of him. So now full count again here to Garrett DeHart. 3-2 off the end of the bat. Steps on first and a throw over to second. The tag not in time. And so just one out there on the end of the bat of Garrett DeHart, and 2 outs now for Adam Taylor.
Number 25, Adam Taylor.
looks like that'll be the afternoon for Brady Strawmeyer. Comes out 5 2/3, 99 pitches on the dot, 4 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Utilizing the ground ball, got 9 ground outs, 3 flyouts. So now into the game is number 29, Shyler Wilcox. Be back after this quick pitcher change. So Skylar Wilcox makes his 6th appearance on the season, comes in with a 1.08 ERA with a 1.8 whip, 11 hits, 4 runs, 3 strikeouts, and 4 walks for the reliever. Starts Taylor off with ball 1. Two and 0 now to Taylor Wilcox, a senior from Centennial, Colorado, and Eagle Crest High School. Bit of a sidearm delivery in there for strike 1. And a 2-1 pitch finds the outside corner, and strike 2 now to Taylor. So 2-2, runner on second, 2 outs. And then the 2-2 outside, ball 3 now to Taylor, full count. The third bat in the row for Franklin. Had a walk, had a ground out. See what Taylor can do here with the 3-2 count. And he shoots one in the gap on the right side. Smith rounds third, bobbles it in right field is Summers, and that will score Smith from second. So the 2-out single from Adam Taylor makes it a 6-2 game.
First baseman number 34, Andrew Wallace. You're right, he is.
So now Andrew Wallace up with a runner on first. And then a balk they're called. And sees Adam Taylor move over to second. So no pitch. So count chopped over to right side of the first basin, foul for strike 1. Grizzlies trying to get another one across here with runner in scoring position. Wallace trying to repeat what Taylor did with a base hit into the outfield. And Wallace takes ball 1 inside. Wallace shoots one into left field. That one gets down in front of the left fielder. Round third comes Taylor, and Taylor will score on the base knock from Anthony Smith.
Second baseman number 9, Dylan Redmond.
So that makes it a 6-3 game for Franklin, as Wallace singles into left field, scoring Adam Taylor from second. So now Dylan Redmond up. And strike one in there, 1-1 now to the second baseman. And Redmond takes strike two. 2-2 now. Redmond trying to keep the lineup moving. Bottom of the order, putting up some runs for Franklin. 2-2. Shot into left center field. Another base hit. So another single for the Grizzlies. Sees Wallace move over to second. And a runner on first with 2 outs. And at the top of the order for Franklin.
AJ Sanders.
Already a bit of action in the Rose-Hulman bullpen, as number 11 Brad Nardi is warming up. Another left-hander for Rose-Hulman. And it looks like just a mound meeting. Maybe give pitcher a little time to warm up in the bullpen as they settle down Wilcox. So 3 straight hits for the Grizzlies. Or 4 straight hits for the Grizzlies. See the lead cut down to just 3 now. Runners on first and second for the top of the order. One swing of the bat could tie this game up from Sanders. I think the Grizzlies will be happy just to keep getting some hits here, keep chipping along down the line here on Wilcox. Sanders steps in the box. Wilcox picks off over to second, and Wallace able to get back in time. A good move there from Wilcox, and the tag wasn't quite there for Couillard-Rodak, and in dangerous situation for Wallace out there at second base. Sanders takes strike 1 on the outside half. Sanders fouls off. Second pitch, 0-2 quickly to the right fielder Sanders. That pitch gets away from the catcher Rasmussen. So now 2 runners in scoring position for Franklin with 2 outs. Single can make this a 1-run ball game. As Redmond is on second, Wallace on third, Sanders in the box. Wilcox comes, sets, fires, and chopper fielded by Wilcox, flipped underhand over to first, and Wilcox gets out the jam with 2 outs. The Grizzlies score 2 on 4 hits in the inning. Cut the lead down to 3. Peter Rogers will lead off the inning for Rose-Hulman, and in the top of the 7th. We'll be back in just a moment. So Peter Rogers gets Rose-Hulman started off here in the top of the 7th. Michael Carter still on the mound for Franklin. No activity in the Franklin bullpen either. There's ball 1 to Rogers. And then Rogers turns on the second pitch, skies it into left field. Lipscomb under it, makes the grab for out number 1.
Designated hitter number 22, Josh Urbanbeck.
So now Josh Urbanbeck steps into the box. He's 1 for 3 with a strikeout, and he shoots one straight into right field, straight at Sanders, and takes a step to his left and makes the grab. Quickly 2 outs for Rose-Hulman here in the top of the 7th.
Number 1, Jackson Summers. Pinch hitting number 12, Colton Brown.
So Colton Brown is the pinch hitter for Rose-Hulman. He started game number 1. Not start game 2 here. He's a pinch hitter for Jackson Summers. So heads into right field to finish up this one. Who shows bunt and pulls back, ball 2. So now quickly 3-0 to the right-hander Brown. And strike 1 in there from Carter. And ball 4 on the inside half, so a 2-out walk for Colton Brown. I'll bring up the catcher, number 41, Mason Rasmussen. So runner on first, 2 outs for Rose-Hulman. Ball 1 in there from Carter. Franklin cuts the lead down to 6-3 for Rose. Trying to put up another 0 here. The runner on first, 2 outs. Pick off over first. Diving in safely is Brown.
And there's a chopper over to third base, past the third baseman Reed, and it gets by for a 2-out single. I'll bring up center fielder Caleb Frakes.
Center fielder number 9, Caleb Frakes.
He's 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Had a hit in a couple innings ago when the Rose-Hulman scored 3. There's ball 1 from Carter. Frakes grounds one over to short. Wild hop to DeHart, who fires over to second, where Redmond fields it and tags it, steps on the base for the 3rd out. The Grizzlies put up another 0 on the top of the 7th, down by 3, heading into the bottom of the 7th. Reed, Lipscomb, and Sullivan due up for Franklin. Be back in a moment. So Colby Reed will lead off the bottom of the 7th for Franklin.
Baseman number 1, Colby Reed.
Wilcox still in the game on the mound for Rose-Hulman, despite giving up 3 hits and 1 run in that bottom of the 6th. Build the order up for Franklin, trying to mount this comeback. Down by 3. Just 9 outs remaining for Franklin, though. Now there's strike 1 on Colby Reed. And Reed swings a miss at strike number 2. So 2-2. Pop straight back up into center field. Frakes under it, makes the grab for out number 1. Wilcox retires. Colby Reed start off bottom of the 7th.
Left fielder number 4, Tyson Lipscomb.
So Tyson Lipscomb stepping up for the 4th time today. He's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Trying to get back into that hit column after just 1 hit in game 1 of this doubleheader. And there's ball 2. Low and away on Lipscomb.
2-2 is foul off the end of the bat. Out of play, so we'll do the 2-2 again for Lipscomb. So 2-2, Lipscomb swings and fouls off again. So still 2-2. Wilcox fires and it's outside for ball 3. Full count to the left fielder. Lipscomb swings and shoots it through the left side gap, and it's 1-out single for Tyson Lipscomb. Gets his first hit of game number 2 here, his second of the day.
Center fielder number 27, Sean Sullivan.
It's now Sean Sullivan. Reached on an error earlier, scored the run. Still looking for his first hit today. And he swings and rips one foul. That's just strike 1 on Sullivan. And then the off speed finds the inside half, and it's 0-2 quickly to the center fielder. And then that one inside, strike 3 called. Sullivan unhappy with it. That's out number 2 for Franklin. And now Anthony Smith steps in with 2 outs, runner on first. Swing and the miss. Strike 2 quickly on Anthony Smith. And Smith skies one into left field. In goes Klein, who makes the grab on the run. And out number 3. So the Grizzlies score none on 1 hit, no error on the inning. So the Grizzlies still down by 3 heading into the top of the 8th. Top of the order for Rose-Hulman. Cade Klein steps in for the 5th time today. Rose-Hulman trying to extend their lead, get some insurance heading into these last 2 innings as Klein shoots one into left field. That one is foul, way out of the reach of Lipscomb, and strike 1. Klein shows bunt and bunts it foul for strike 2. Sees the shift to infield, and Colby Reed kind of playing towards the shortstop to Art. Straight back at second base. And then the 0-2 is skied into left field. Lipscomb tracking back and makes the grab for out number 1.
Second baseman number 10, Coulter Couliard-Rodak.
So Couliard-Rodak steps in after the the 1-0 fouled off. 1-1 now. And then Couliard-Rodak grounds one back to short. To Hart makes a play and fires over to first for out number 2 here in the top of the 8th.
First baseman number 24, Dalton Busco.
So Busboom in the box takes strike 1 there from Carter. And then swing and fouling off. Strike number 2 is Busboom. Quickly in a hole, 0-2 now. Michael Carter looking for his 4th strikeout, potentially coming here. And that one is lifted over the head of third baseman in for a 2-out single for Busboom. So the inning continues
Number 35, Connor O'Connell.
for Rose-Hulman. Connor O'Connell into the box. His 5th time to the plate. It's just his 4th at bat as he's worked a walk, 1 hit, scored a run, and struck out 1 time today. And he swings and misses, but the ball gets past the catcher Taylor, and so Busboom advances easily over to second base. Now runner in scoring position for Connor O'Connell. And the 1-1 inside. Taylor able to get a bit of the glove to it to keep it in front. Busboom stays put at second. O'Connell swings and taps one foul. 2-2 with 2 outs now. Carter trying to get out of this top of the 8th inning. It's a 2-2 from Carter. Hot shot down the third baseline. That'll score one more for Rose-Hulman. That ball is all the way in the corner. O'Connell around second, held up with a double. And so now it's 7-3 Rose here in the top of the 8th. Big piece of 2-out hitting for Connor O'Connell. And brings up Peter Rogers now. And that pitch behind the back of Rogers. Taylor able to get the glove to it. Keep O'Connell at second. And then inside quickly, 3-0 to Rogers. Carter falling behind in the count after getting 2 outs. Quickly surrenders a walk, wild pitch, and then a 2-out double by O'Connell. This inning kind of getting out of hand here for Michael Carter. He issues his second walk of the inning.
Designated hitter number 22, Josh Urban.
Josh Urbanbeck now, the DH. He's just 1 for 4 today with 1 strikeout and an RBI. And I don't know if force assistant coach Jake Sprinkle to come out and have a talk with Michael Carter as they try to give some time to a pitcher in the bullpen. We'll be back in just a moment. So a quick chat there between Coach Sprinkle and Michael Carter in the infield. Grizzlies trying to get out of this inning to limit some damage. And then there's a shallow pop-up. Sullivan coming in, able to make the grab on the run, and out number 3 quickly there for Michael Carter. And Grizzlies down by 4 heading into the bottom of the 8th. And we'll see DeHart lead off with Taylor and Wallace due up all in the bottom half of the inning. bottom of the 8th for the Grizzlies. Garrett DeHart to lead off for Franklin. DeHart just 1 for 2 today with a walk. Stole a base in there as well. And swings and misses at the first pitch here from Wilcox. And then ball 2 gets away from the catcher, Rasmussen. And strike 2, low in the zone. Called for strike 2 and 2 to lead off Garrett DeHart. And DeHart shoots one in the right side infield gap for a leadoff single. DeHart goes opposite field and gets a base knock to bring up Adam Taylor. He got a hit his last time up. And it looks like that'll bring an end to Skylar Wilcox's outing. Just 1 1/3 for Wilcox, 5 hits, 1 run, 1 earned with 1 strikeout. Looks like we'll bring in number 19, Mark Serdiniak for Rose-Hulman. We'll be back after this quick pitching change. So the relief pitcher is number 13, Jonathan Oliger, making his 5th appearance of the season. He's got a 3.6 ERA with a 1.4 WHIP in those 4 appearances so far. 5 hits, 2 runs, both of them earned, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Just 1 extra base hit given up. He starts off Taylor with a ball 1. Taylor takes the 1-1, pops it up into right field. Underneath it is Brown, and he makes the grab for the first out. So Andrew Wallace now. He's 1 for 2 today with a walk and RBI. He takes ball 1 inside. So now 2-1 to the first baseman Wallace. Tries to keep the line moving here, following the D-Hart single to lead off the inning. There's ball 3 outside, 3-1 now. And they pick off over to first. DeHart back in time. And then Wallace takes strike 2, now full and count. 3-2. 1 out for Andrew Wallace. Olliger delivers, and it's ball 4 in the dirt. So 1 out walk for Andrew Wallace, and that brings up Dylan Redmond.
Number 9, Dylan Redmond.
So Dylan Redmond comes up for the 4th time today. He's 2 for 3. And then a reset attempt / pickoff for Olliger. First pitch to Redmond in there, strike 1. One outside, ball 1. And that one shot in the center field by Redmond. That will get down and breaks in the center field, bobbles it. And so Wallace will head to third. A 1 will score, and now there's runners on second and third for Garrett DeHart, or AJ Sanders now. Garrett DeHart scores on the 1 out double for Dylan Redmond and makes it 7-4. Sanders make this game a lot more interesting with a base knock here. Could score 2. Can also tie it with 1 swing of the bat if he gets a hold of 1. And Olliger fires in, strike 1. Start off Sanders. Sanders takes ball 1 in the dirt. There's ball 2 upstairs for Sanders. So 2-1 from Olliger, and that's ball 3 to Sanders. Olliger trying not to load the bases with the middle of the order coming up for Franklin. And then 3-1 pitch in the outside half makes it full count for AJ Sanders. Olliger trying to get out of this
Second and third jam with 1 out. Sanders trying to keep this game close, and then a foul ball, so we'll do a 3-2 again. So 3-2 pitch, Mulliger. It's on its way, and ball 4 in the dirt. So Oliger loads the bases with 1 out for Colby Reed.
Third baseman number 1, Colby Reed.
Colby Reed's 0 for 4 on the day. No strikeouts. Had 2 groundouts, 2 flyouts. Just put the ball in play. Just hasn't found anywhere for the ball to drop yet. So Colby Reed with the bases loaded takes strike 1 in there. Quickly 0-2 to Reed. So the 0-2 pitch from Mulliger on its way. Reed pops it up into shallow right field. And Wallace thought about the tag. Throw cut off. So no advancement from the runners. And an out made by Brown in right field.
Left fielder number 4, Tyson Lipscomb.
So now the bases are still loaded. The 2 outs now for Tyson Lipscomb. Lipscomb 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts and a ground out. If there's anyone else you want in this situation, it's Tyson Lipscomb, the reigning ACAC Player of the Week for Franklin. And almost 500 a week ago with 11 RBIs. Big opportunity for the 5th-year senior Lipscomb, who skies one high in the air. It's going to be out of play. So Lipscomb stays alive. So 1-1 for Lipscomb. So 1-1 to Lipscomb. Swung on, strike 2. So Oliger with the bases loaded has Lipscomb 1-2 here in the bottom of the 8th. Oliger's 1-2 pitch on its way. Swung on and fouled off. Lipscomb stays alive. So Oliger fires. Lipscomb takes outside, ball 2. So now 2-2. Lipscomb trying to keep the inning alive for the Grizzlies. Oliger fires, and Lipscomb hits it to the first baseman, Bushboom, who fields it and steps on first for the final out of the inning. So the Grizzlies get 1 more back to make it 7-4. That's all they can muster on a few hits with 1 run. No errors on the inning for Rose-Hulman. It's still a 3-run game for Rose-Hulman heading here in the top of the 9th.
So new pitcher for the Grizzlies, Will Butts, the right-hander in the game for Franklin. Butts makes his 4th appearance on the season. Just 5 innings pitched. Got 6 hits, 5 runs, all of them earned. 4 strikeouts and 2 walks. He starts off with ball 1. So count 1-1 now. And there for strike 2. 1-2 is the count. And ball in the dirt. 2-2. Counts 2-2. Here for Brown. Butts fires, swings and a miss. Strike 3. Will Butts into the game, gets a strikeout on Colton Brown.
Catcher number 41, Mason Rasmussen. Oh, come on. What a terrible time for that strike.
Rasmussen takes the first pitch and fouls it off right side. Strike 1. Second pitch popped up right side. Wallace over to make the grab for out number 2 here in the top of the 9th. That brings up Caleb Frakes. Frakes 1 for 4, 2 strikeouts on the day. And takes strike 1. So 1-1 here for Butts on Frakes. And Frakes skies one into left field. Lipscomb makes his way over and makes the grab for out number 3 in the top of the 9th. The Grizzlies in the bottom of the 9th with 3 outs left to complete this comeback, down by 3. Sullivan, Smith, and DeHart will be due up for Franklin in just a moment. So Rose-Hulman 3 outs away now of completing the doubleheader sweep of Franklin on the road. Working the Grizzlies rally back here in the bottom of the 9th. Down by 3, Sullivan, Smith, and DeHart due up, and Sullivan starts the inning off by flying it deep into left field. This one is grabbed by the left fielder Klein, and that's the first out on the first pitch of the bottom of the ninth.
Designated hitter number 24, Anthony Smith.
So quick out for Rose-Hulman to start the bottom of the ninth as they get one out closer. Now Smith steps into the box. Smith 1 for 4 with a strikeout. And then strike 1 in there makes it 1-1 on the designated hitter Anthony Smith. Smith swings and fouls it straight back. 1-2 now. And then swing and a miss, strike 3. Oliger gets Smith to chase on the outside. It's off speed, and then quickly 2 outs in the bottom of the ninth for the Grizzlies. Down to the last out. Garrett DeHart steps in the box now. He's 2 for 3 on the day with a walk and a run scored. He takes strike 1 there from Oliger. And ball 1 low in the dirt. 1-1 to the shortstop. So 2-1. DeHart swings and fires one back up the middle for a base hit. Grizzlies stay alive for another batter at least, as Garrett DeHart singles for the 3rd time today. 3 for 4 ball game for Garrett DeHart. A few bright spots here for Franklin, as well as Dylan Redmond, who is 3 of 4 as well. And Taylor takes ball 1. And then strike 1 in there. 1-1 to the catcher Taylor. Taylor swings, skies it up right side. That one's out of play. So now 1-2. Grizzlies down to their final strike. Rose-Hulman 1 pitch away from coming into Franklin and coming out with a sweep on the doubleheader. Oliger sets, delivers, and a ground ball right side. Bushboom makes the play and steps on first, and that'll do it for Rose-Hulman as they take down the Grizzlies in the doubleheader. So Franklin starts off their title defense with a doubleheader sweep to Rose-Hulman. The Grizzlies lose 7-4. They give up 11 hit. They get 11 hits with 4 errors. Rose-Hulman 7 runs, 9 hits, 3 errors. Leading pitcher here in Game 2 will be Brady Strawmeyer. 5 2/3, 105 pitches. Just gave up 4 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them earned. 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Utilized that ground ball really well all day. Got 9 ground outs. Grizzlies struck out just 5 times here in Game 2 compared to their 15 in Game 1. I'll do it here from J.P. McDowell Field. I'd like to thank you all for watching this afternoon. I was your host, Ryan Gage, and have a great night.